Good evening, adventurers, and welcome to today's episode of Goodberry Cafe, the little warm cafe where everyone is welcome to come in and pull up a chair. Today we're serving up a cup of inspiration, so I hope you'll come in and stay a while. My name is Jem, and I'll be your host for another evening at Goodberry Cafe. Here at the cafe on the second Monday of the month, I invite some friends to join me in trying out new, weird, unique, and creative indie tabletop role-playing games. This virtual cafe is meant to be a warm, safe, inviting space where my guests and I feel comfortable learning and stumbling our way through these very unique and fun games that we'll all try out together. So I'm excited to be here today. Today we'll be playing a game called Before the Storm, which is a narrative-driven game, no dice, and it is from the Seven Wonders collection of story games from Pelgrane Press. I will have the mods, hopefully they have the link in the chat. If not, they'll do it after break. But the Seven Wonders is a collection of standalone story games from UK-based game designers, which focus on characterization and inter-character drama, and they use improvisational techniques to tell innovative, compelling tales. So the game we're playing today is from that collection. It's called Before the Storm, and I'll read a little bit more about that later. But like usual, I'll try and talk through some of the rules as we play the game, but remember that everyone here at the table is learning the game together, so have patience with all of us. This one is a little bit more complicated than past games we've played, even though it's no dice, and it's just narrative and roleplay. It's got a lot of mechanics to keep track of. Like, we already had a session 0 last month to start this game as the anniversary. I guess it is the 1-year anniversary of the new Goodberry Cafe. We started off as an interview show, and now we've transitioned into indie tabletop games for the past year. So this is a great first game to kick us off with. Thank you, November Leaves, for linking the game. Before we jump into more about today's game, I want to introduce you to our guests at the cafe tonight, starting with Alejandra. Would you mind introducing yourself and a little bit about yourself and where we can find you?
For sure. As you said, my name is Alejandra. I am one half of Table Talk, a TTRPG discussion podcast, where we talk about everything that goes on both on and off the table. You can find me at alejandra.wilhelm on Instagram, as well as Threads. And then for Table Talk, you can find us at tabletalkrpg, pretty much anywhere, TikTok, Threads, and Instagram.
And then Mariah, if you wouldn't mind telling.
Hello, my name is Mariah. I am the other half of Table Talk, so echoing everything Ollie said. At Tabletalk RPG on all the things. It's nice and easy, and you can catch the podcast on any major streaming platform in which you consume those. As for my personal stuff, you can find that at Mariah_Gresham for everything.
Okay. And then Jose, take it away.
Hey everyone, my name is Jose. I am just very excited to be here, but I've been DMing Cast Party Sideshow, Fables of Andrea, which we just finished our second campaign, Wildacre, with them. So that was very, very fun. And then I'm involved with other projects through Cast Party as well. You can find me on all socials as DM Jose G. Yeah, that's pretty much all there really is about me so far.
Great. Thank you all for joining me. I know we sadly are down a player that we had for our session 0. I hope she's feeling better, but Kate the Great Cosplays was supposed to join us, but I got a little sick today, so hopefully she's doing better. But we are going to jump into talking about today's game. So, as I mentioned, this game is a narrative-driven role-play game, and it has this really great intro that I'm going to read you in a moment as I pull it up. We've already done some of the start of the game. So the way the game is written is that half of the game is actually working together to develop your characters in the setting. So we've already done that part. So today's session is going to be mostly actual gameplay, which is exciting. All right. It's also a very long game. It's got a lot. The rule book is pretty long. As I scroll up to get to the intro.
Good lady.
All right. I'm gonna actually set the mood a little bit. There you go. Oh, not on rainbow colors. When dawn falls on the longest day and the rising sun is swallowed by darkness, the storm shall rage again against the sword, and the sword shall blaze beneath the storm. And when the light shines again, only one shall remain. So spoke the oracle, and the mark of prophecy blazed on her brow. With each heartbeat, the day grows darker. Clouds gather in the north, and the sun sinks towards the horizon. In a few short hours, the broken dawn will be upon us, and we will brave the impossible, to cleave the storm with steel and whatever power is left within this barren land. We may not all survive. Perhaps none of us will. How we have fallen. 1,000 years ago, the Stormsworn were defeated, destroyed, we thought, or banished to never return. Our hubris led us to complacency. Content in our ease, we let our watchtowers rot and our moats be turned to gardens, and we were unprepared when the thunder struck and the storm's call was heard once more. We had a chance, one chance to forestall this tragedy, but the prophecy was forgotten, and too many were lured to the storm by the promise of power, the whisper that the strength to achieve greatness for themselves had laid dormant within their blood all these years. Countless thousands swore their fealty, but the blame does not rest solely with those who took the oath. We all forgot, and now we all pay the price. The storm is power, yes, but without discernment or compassion. It drives the Stormsworn before it and consumes all it opposes. Andor stood against it once, the great kingdom of the plains, a beacon of hope for all of us who struggle to keep our freedom. But even their mighty castles and renowned warriors could not save them. A great many of Andor's people died, and many more fled to Iriya, while those that remained suffered beneath the beating of the storm. And yet, all is not entirely lost. The prophecy speaks of the storm, but also the sword. For centuries, we thought it meant the steel of our own weapons, but our sages uncovered secret tales of a blade, through which the heartbeat of the earth sounded, guarded by people of rock. It is the sword of the world, and we saw in its power our last chance to triumph over the storm. It was our journey there that uncovered the sword, our small band who brought it forth from the custody of its ashen guardians, and it is we who will wield the sword at dawn tomorrow, when the sun rises and is shrouded again in darkness. Soon we must face that dawn, but for now we wait, unsleeping in Castle Iriya, as the Stormsworn make their march upon us. Mark well the songs that are sung here, and the tales that are told, for they may never be heard again. So it's the last few hours of the world as you know it. Tomorrow morning, as the sun rises on the summer solstice and is darkened by an eclipse, the Stormsworn will attack, a huge army granted power by a malevolent ancient force. You know they're coming. It was foretold by prophecy, and your scouts have confirmed it. There's no way out of the oncoming battle. All of us, you sit in the hall of Castle Iriya with your small band of companions, the people you must now trust and rely on above all others. Together you travel to retrieve the Sword of the World, which is your only hope of victory tomorrow. And for that, many of the soldiers see you as heroes, even saviors. But you know the truth. You aren't any different than them. You all have your flaws, your secrets and regrets, things you ought to tell each other but never have. And these final hours of eerie peace, you have a chance to put that to rights. These moments of grace are your opportunity to forgive old hurts, settle your differences, and lay bare the truths you've kept hidden all this time. You have nothing to lose. Even if by some miracle you defeat the Stormsworn tomorrow, you won't all survive to tell the tale. Great intro to a game.
Good. So good.
So well, yeah. All right. And so, as I mentioned, we've already worked together in our session 0 to choose our setting and our characters and the scene. So I'm going to go through what we decided as a group last session. The game comes with these awesome setting sheets that you work through, and it tells you how to go through and decide as a team. So the Stormsworn who oppose us, so the enemy force, we decided that they're going to fight with no heed to injury or danger, and the insubstantiality of storm clouds. So they're not afraid. And they've got some mystical energy about them when they fight, and it's just terrifying. We also decided that the people of the conquered kingdom of Andar, the kingdom that's already taken over, are eerily content to be ruled. They're just cool with it now. Iriya, which is where we are right now. Yeah. Iriya, which is where we are right now. We're sitting in the halls of Castle Iriya. It has survived until now because it was beneath the Stormsworn's notice. They didn't even care about this little tiny kingdom off the side. It wasn't inconsequential. But now it's the last bastion. The sword of the world that will save us is now also at any point as I'm reading this setting, if anyone does want to jump in with things that I'm missing, but we talked a lot about this one. We decided that the sword of the world that will save us is not really a sword. We're not really sure. We got a sword, but we know as a group, we know that it's not a special sword. It is
a sword we got from the Goodwill, and people
yeah, we found it like under a log in the woods and
just needs new batteries. 100%.
Yeah. So we know that we got a sword, and everyone thinks it's this hero sword, but there's power in a symbol. There's power in an idea. So and there's power in hope, and we know that this sword we have is bringing people hope, but we know it's not prophetic thing that's going to save us, you know, going in. And our quest to retrieve the sword was so we talked a little bit about this one. We were the quest to retrieve the sword was the reason that our band of friends reunited. Together we had done some adventuring together in the past, adventures for hire, but we split once the threat of the Stormsworn started getting a lot more serious. We each had our own direction and own path that we chose at that point. So this quest brought us all back together to get this sword, and we'll see where that goes from there. The setting sheet also has us choose some things that we encourage and discourage. So it's its own form of safety tools and lines and veils. So some of the things that we said we encourage are strong character relationships and roleplay. We encourage high emotions, and we encourage allowing everyone a chance to speak. So at the table, we have a finger rule that if we stick up a finger and we want to talk, if we're finding that we're starting to talk over each other, we'll stick up a finger so we be sure that we get to that person. We also discourage harm to children, body horror and gore, harm to animals, and anything to do with SA and that realm. And I think that was everything we discussed. If I'm missing anything, let me know, but we also can revisit these encourage, discourage at any point in the game. Cool. Another part of the game is developing our characters together. So I think before we jump into the game, we can do a quick round of character introductions. So if you wouldn't mind, introduce your character, read through the things that are on the character sheet that you've chosen, and your kingdom history, why you strive for victory, and what you believe strongly. And we'll go around the table. Does that work?
Sure.
Cool. Let's start with looking at the screen. Galatea.
Yeah. I am Galatea Lockhart. I rank among the royalty of Andar. Many know me as one of the only former Stormsworn, meaning I fell to the storm and I have retained some semblance of who I was where others have not. I'm passionate about honor as well as my birthright to the people of Andar and my duty to them as well. My kingdom, like I mentioned, is Andar. I'm the warrior queen that fell in battle before the whole kingdom was overtaken by the storm. I strive for victory tomorrow because it's the last good thing I can do for my people, if not to restore them, to avenge them. And I believe strongly that as long as I still live, I have a duty to do that for my people.
Thank you. And next, let's go Calliope.
My name is Calliope Windwood. I rank among the magisters in Iriya, and I'm known as the favorite of the spirits. I'm passionate about destiny, and I value knowledge as most magisters do. When I was a young child, my parents gave themselves over to the storm and some misbegotten hope of power. That, of course, didn't work for them. I have to strive for victory tomorrow because all of my struggle and fighting against the storm will be nothing if we all end up taken by it, and in the end I'll be no better than what my parents are, a mindless zombie. And I, to the chagrin of a few of my friends, believe strongly that the spirits chose me and gave me the knowledge to start researching some ways to stop the storm, because I am ultimately the tool that's meant to end it.
And Ollie, can you introduce yourself?
The name is Elias. My friends call me Ollie. I rank amongst the common soldiers. Just, another one in the batch. I am a member of the Stormsworn that saw the travesties of the storm and decided to break away, as mere mortal eyes are not meant to see those horrors. I am truly passionate about destiny. It's like a fine thread that I'm following. And I value my identity amongst it all. It's like a veil that I'm constantly trying to pull back. I believe that our destiny is to stop the storm and find a form of absolution. And for any failure to do so on our part guarantees our demise to the powers of the storm.
And then I'll go next. I don't know if I've determined my voice yet for this character, so I'll play around with a couple
If it
different
changes,
voices.
mine might change.
Oh,
You're free
Yeah,
to do
mine
that.
also might change. Yeah, I made a game time decision
Yeah.
when I started talking.
The name's Fig. I am ranked in the nobodies. I'm known as a refugee from Andar. I'm passionate about home, and I value money. My kingdom, I'm from Andar. I grew up poor on the streets. I had to beg and steal to survive. I really didn't know any other life. Andar was once a really prosperous kingdom, but the wealth disparity was crushing and ever present. The rich got richer, and us poor, we suffered for it. I ended up stealing from the wrong person once, and in my attempt to escape, I fell into the hands of the Nightingales, which is a prominent thieves guild in Andar. To repay my newfound debt for saving my ass, I joined them in their next job. They soon became my family, and my relationships and work with them made me who I am today. So when Andar fell, I was on my way back from a solo job beyond the city walls, and I never made it back inside. I don't know what happened to the rest of the Nightingales. I strive for victory tomorrow because I need to know if my family is okay, or if they can be saved. I need to go back home, and I didn't realize how much I valued having a home until it was gone. Now I just feel lost, and I really need that anchor back. And I believe strongly that everyone deserves a home, regardless of how or where you were born. And if Andar is to be saved, it needs to be reclaimed for the people of the city. I don't know if I'm sold on that voice yet, but great. So we've made our characters. One of the elements of character creation in this game is each of our characters has to disagree with another character's strong belief. And so each character has one disagreement to another character, and each character is disagreed with by one other person. And bringing up those disagreements in gameplay is something that earns your character a point of destiny, which is something you can use to influence the end of the game. I'm not going to have us go through, and we've already chosen our web of disagreements, so I'm not going to have us go through and rehash that, but it will come out during gameplay. And I will say, so this game is written to be played in person, so we're making some adjustments to make it able to be played virtually. For the disagreements and for the secrets, when it does happen, if we do want to out of character just say like mark like, and I get a point of destiny for that. Just so the audience knows when we earn those points of destiny.
The T.
Yeah. So as I just alluded to, disagreements are one mechanic that we have to keep track of. When we make our disagreement known, get a point of destiny. Another thing that we have as a game mechanic is a secret, and this one's really fun. So your character knows a secret about one other character at the table, and it meant to be something that's going to shake that character's core value, core belief that they have. You don't determine that secret before the game, you actually come up with it during gameplay. But when you tell that character, reveal that secret about them that you know that they don't know, the character has to yes and back with you pretty much and like accept that that secret's now part of who they are and how it affects them for the rest of the night of gameplay. But you also get a point of destiny for making that secret known. And I think that one's really fun because it's something you choose about another player that they don't even know.
Y'all gonna see some buck wild shit. I already know it.
Now, how
your father was a llama?
It could be.
Fair enough.
Just because the previous king of Andar was a llama doesn't mean
that was his downfall. He didn't have thumbs.
Yeah. Yep.
So, one more mechanic to cover before we jump into gameplay is flashbacks, and that is the main core of how this game will be played. So the entire game is set in one night, the night before the Stormsworn attack this castle. We're all sitting around the fire talking, having our last moments together. And so we each have a deck of cards, and each player is dealt one card. The game is played through flashbacks. So we're going to start role-playing, sitting around the campfire together. This is what we're talking about. At any point, one of the characters can trigger a flashback by holding up a finger, and then out of character, asking a question. So one of the sample questions is like, Galatea, what made you join up with the rest of this party? And then that'll trigger a flashback for Galatea, who will then describe the scene of the moment that she decided to join up with the rest of the party. And if it involves other players, there will be roleplay with other players. If it involves another NPC that Galatea wants another player to play that NPC, we'll tag that person in. But basically the flashbacks are little vignette scenes, 2-minute, 3-minute scenes that answer that question. And that's how the gameplay goes. It will make more sense as we play. There's 5 rounds of play. So there's 5 rounds of flashbacks, and in each round, each player gets a flashback scene and a question. And if we find that we're going over, we might cut that last round. We find we're getting started to worry about time. So when you trigger a flashback for another player, you draw a card from the deck. Cards are really important because we have a virtual deck that we're not showing on screen, but the more black cards you have, the more likely you will survive in the final battle. The more red cards you have, the more likely you're going to die in the final battle. And you'll end the game with 5 cards in your hand. So those will be your final 5 cards. So when you trigger a flashback, you draw a card, and you can choose to either give that card that you drew to the person you're triggering the flashback, or give another card from your hand. So you kind of get to decide their odds of survival by doing that. Once the round is over, we move on to the next round. The game suggests that imagine that each round of play lasts about an hour of conversation at the fire. But those flashbacks will tell stories, and maybe even affect how the rest of the gameplay goes. The goal, one of the elements of the game is to try and cause conflict and upheaval between the characters, earning your points of destiny throughout those 5 rounds. There is some rules for if we actually come to blows between each other. I don't know if that'll happen, but if it does, there's rules in the guidebook on how to handle conflict.
Emboic conflict.
Whacking people with the book.
Yeah.
Yeah. So flashbacks scenes are ended when the answer to the question is fully answered. And then anyone at the table can say cut when they think the flashback ends. And that brings us back to the fire. We play until we have 5 cards. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else I wanted to tell the audience about flashbacks.
Sorry, that's so Raven moment.
That's true. Cool. All right, so points of destiny. I can tell the audience how points of destiny work. They come into play at the end of the game. They're the things you get from the disagreements and secrets. For each one you marked, you'll get the chance to trade a card with someone during the final battle and affect how things end for both of your characters. And so that final battle, every time there is a face card drawn from all these cards that we're drawing, we mark something on what's called the Battle Chronicle. And we don't want to get to the end. We don't want a bunch of face cards because it just makes us more likely to not survive. So each time there's a face card, we mark it on the Battle Chronicle, and points of destiny will allow us to jump in between elements of that Battle Chronicle to affect the outcome. So
Real quick, just to be short, do we tell you when we get a face card?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And when we jump in, because right now in our hands, we all have 1 card. When we jump in, I'll have to know if there
how many face cards there are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you need to know whether it's a red or black card?
For face cards, no.
Just that
normal
face cards.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you say whether you have red or black.
But yeah, that's what I'm asking.
That stays secret.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
And so basically
Ollie
summarizing
can't
around.
hear you if you're talking.
Sorry, my apologies. On this site, though, are we able to, when we want to give the cards, can we do that? Like, we can just sort of drag it over to the next player? Or do you want us to let you know, hey, I'm dragging this particular, you know what I mean?
We might have to suspend, like, not knowing disbelief a little bit with this one, because we'll figure it out as we drag.
Okay. No worries.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Cool.
Summarizing around, each round, every player will draw and give away a card to prompt 1 flashback by asking another character a question, receive a card to set 1 flashback scene themselves that answers a question, and when all players have the same number of cards, it's the end of the round. And the important thing is that everyone ends the game with 5 cards in front of them, and there's a mark on the Battle Chronicle for every face card on the table. Everyone feel like they're ready to go.
Yeah.
I think we're ready to set the scene, which has its own bits of mechanics in this game. This game is very detailed. It's beautiful. But
they sneak those mechanics in there. They're like, it's narrative.
However.
Yeah. All right. As the facilitator, I think we're ready to begin. I want my light to work this time. There you go.
Just be like red and dramatic and not go gay
I'm
rainbow
trying to have it
for no
stay
reason.
on red.
It's like, no, we're at a rave.
Yeah.
The last night before the storm was a rave.
I can set that little light to strobe. We can do this.
All right. I got it now. Oh, no. There you go. I'm just gonna leave it there. Together, you retrieved the Sword of the World, and for that, many of those who will fight tomorrow see you as heroes or even saviors. That has earned you a space apart, where you can talk uninterrupted and largely unobserved. But you'll join the battle tomorrow just like everyone else, and fear and anticipation have made sleep impossible. No one knows for certain that the sword will overcome the threat of the Stormsworn. The prophecy only says that one of them will triumph. Your aim is to create a tense space where these people have been forced together in what might be the last few hours of their lives. Now is not the time to shy away from drama or difficult conversations. Let the pressure and close confines bring all their disagreements to the surface and dig right into the conflicts they create. By exposing the cracks in their relationships, you'll see what it really means if they all pull together tomorrow, and if they don't, then you'll understand why. From this point, anything we say should be either our character's dialogue or describing something they're doing. We're going to act as our characters until someone puts their hand up to let us know that they want to ask a question and start a flashback. As we begin, we've just had confirmation from the scouts that the Stormsworn are coming, in numbers we barely believed possible. So to detail the mood and setting, I would like to go around the table and ask each person to contribute one additional detail to the description of us sitting at this fire. We want to create a shared sense of atmosphere and focus on details that convey something about how the place feels to you and your character. So a good way to do this is to think about what your characters are experiencing with each of their senses. If we want to keep with the order that we have on screen, we'll start with Galatea.
Okay. I think where we find ourselves the night before this big battle is right on like a flat piece of slate cliff. And we can see the battlefield that we're going to enter tomorrow. We can see the Forsworn gathered, and we can hear them in the distance, as loud as the storm. There's no reprieve from the reality of what we're doing and what's happening. The only safety we have is that we are this high overlooking it.
Calliope.
I'll do what I was going to do, but I can add another one. I think as we're on this mountain and that the storm is looming, we can feel the wind whipping and carving around and up that mountain and through the people, and it's sort of howling and moaning like the souls it has claimed. And it's almost in certain moments when you're not quite paying enough attention, like icy hands are raking down your skin.
Ollie?
All I can hear is the fire crackling, this sort of like constant but not timely sort of crackle to the fire, and it's just sort of like thundering in my ears, and I can see everyone looking at each other, and I can see lips moving, but it's like I can't tune into any of it. I'm standing up. I haven't sat down this entire time. My hand is on the hilt of the sword that's like badly damaged, and my hands, they can't release the tension, and it's like every now and then you just sort of hear an exhale that comes from me, but it is broken and scattered, like I'm not allowing myself to take a deep breath.
And over the fire, you hear, needs just a little bit more salt. And Fig's got a pan over the fire, cooking up some steaks. I'm tasting it. Almost ready. So that smell of the steak cooking over the fire is wafting in. And then we are free to start role-playing that night. If we're finding we're stuck, feeling a little awkward to get going, there are some suggestions in the book, but let's see if we can figure out where to go from here.
Okay.
Did Alejandra, did you say we were on in a tower, or you said a slate? We were overlooking
like a cliff, like we're on a cliff edge, like it's kind of like all flat but overlooking. Like we have ways to get back down there, but we're kind of overlooking the battlefield that's going to be happening tomorrow from that cliff.
Cool.
We have like a high ground encampment kind of deal.
Yeah. Okay. That works.
Yeah, because I think we know once we get down there, that's just go pop off.
Yep.
Food is almost ready, guys. Almost. Just a little bit more. And then our last meal will be served.
And I think, like, as you say that, Calliope kind of chuckles Riley, and she's turning the sword in her hand, and it's always heavier than I think it should be, and she tilts it toward the light, and you can see the engraving in what is now a familiar handwriting to the two of you, because it is hers. It says, the sword of the world, and in old tongue that's mostly forgotten by anyone who's not, a magister or a level of bookworm that she herself is. And she's sort of just Riley looking at that.
I think Galatea was standing like at the furthest part of that cliff, overlooking like the bits of her kingdom that she can see silhouetted from the lightning every once in a while. Her home silhouetted. And she kind of turns at you saying like the food's almost ready. And it kind of like breaks her out of something as she kind of notices Ollie and puts a hand on his shoulder and tells you, you shouldn't sit. You've been standing for hours.
Ollie kind of like flinches slightly when you put your hand on his shoulder, but then kind of like eases into it. And then without kind of acknowledging what you said, he looks over at the fire and he says,
At this point, that sword would do us more justice in skewering the meat than actually helping us. We're all doomed. And yet, you have time for food, you can stomach this? And I mean, no offense, it smells truly delightful, but I can't.
I mean, why not? We're gonna die, so might as well have a good last meal. Unless, are you vegetarian? I forgot.
No, I enjoy steak quite a lot. It's also been some time since I've actually even stomached a meal. But
It's been too long.
A good steak would not bother me tonight. I guess it could be a good thing. And it's very unlike sort of like the stance that he's taking, very sort of like proper and etiquette, but tense. I just sort of drop to the ground and I just sit there, and then I extend my hand out to one of the steaks. Okay.
And I just place it on my lap.
It's a steak on a lap.
Just a steak on a lap, and I just sort of sit back.
I hate that.
Yeah, Ollie's not the most well presented. This is like, I'll say for me, I envision just like a darker green half orc, with just this like beaten attire that's just like ripped and torn all over. And when I place it on my lap, I'm very much trying not to give into the pressure of the heat as well.
And I think like Calliope watches you do that. Like she was just it kind of shook her out of her reverie a little bit, and then she sees you like juggle a steak onto your lap, and she's like, I'm so sorry. Can I just sort of slide the sword over to you and just like under the steak? Like it can be a plate. I'm so sorry. Just please.
And like I snatch the steak and there is like you'd clearly notice it, like there's like a wincing of just the heat in my hand, and I just go, no, protect that thing. It might do us some, I don't know, some miracles tomorrow. And I take a bite of the steak. Who knows what tomorrow has in store for us, apart from impending doom, right?
Hey.
This is quite good, Fig. Thank you.
Galatea will gently, like, with a finger, tug the sword back over to you. And it's like, better not deface it, at least in front of everyone else.
Yeah, for like my knowledge, how separated are we from the rest of the encampment?
I think we're at an encampment, but like we're at like our own personal thing, but like they're around,
like our own
right?
fire. But yeah, people are around. Yeah, probably so.
Because we're seen as like the heroes and the ones that are going to save the day, it's like people are intimidated to be with us, so we've kind of got our own privacy, but we are still like there are people. Also, pause. I think it would also be beneficial to describe what our characters look like. I realized we didn't do that. So going around the table really fast. Galatea, what does Galatea look like?
Galatea, I'll say she's, tall for a woman. I'll give her my height. She's 5'9". So like taller than the average woman, but not like anything crazy. She's got like a warrior's build from years of training, and she's bedecked in like, it's not shining, it's not gleaming, it's almost like a suit of armor made of iron. It's definitely seen better days. And got a lot of dents and slashes, but no piercing has like penetrated her armor yet. She's got long, stark white hair that differs from what many would have known her as in life, because she used to have very dark hair, but after everything, it was all white. And yeah, she's got very, very pale skin and like always has a bit of sleeplessness to her eyes.
Calliope.
Calliope is probably about average height, maybe about 5'5", 5'6", something like that. Quite slender build, especially compared to her companions that are both warriors. You can tell she's just definitely more of an inside kid. She wears sort of modified leathers that still allow her a good bit of movement, but she's notably not wearing armor. And she has short cropped brunette hair and dark green eyes, and her skin is also fairly pale, and it seems to just be from lack of sun exposure more than anything.
Ollie.
So like I mentioned, a kind of like a darker green skin tone, half orc, one chipped tooth, fairly protruding jawline, quite tall, built in all armor, but armor that is a mishmash of perhaps what could be original clothing mixed in with armor that he has found, a cape that is like ripped in half. There is some sense of nobility there, but also unknown potential. He has like just like shorter hair that's like sometimes disguised by the helmet that he wears, but you notice that on his neck and on the palms of his hands, where his veins would sort of run, you just see like a lighter blue, almost pulsing light from within that in general always tends to show itself, but the more energetic or the more in trouble or whatever the situation may be that Ollie finds himself, that light sort of emanates more and more and more, and eventually even takes over the pupils as well.
And Fig is a short, scrappy little thing. Looks like I tried to cosplay. Wears like wearing mostly like tattered black with like a red scarf cape thing, tattered at the edges, short hair that's messed up, a large scar across her eye and her nose, makeup that like was put on 3 days ago, and she's got a pretty she's got a pretty like muscular build. You can tell that she can move pretty quick. Awesome. And now back to our campfire.
I'll
I think at this point,
be the first to ask for a flashback.
Okay,
Awesome.
go for it.
I think as we settle in and we just had this moment where I like tipped the sword back into your lap, I'll ask a flashback of Calliope.
Awesome.
What
Before you
made
ask
you?
that question,
Yeah.
just before you ask the question, from the first card that we have in our hand, are there any face cards?
Nope.
I don't have one. Cool.
No.
Good.
Cool.
Off to a good start.
Starting good.
Great. Solid start.
What made you write that into the sword?
So I think, Calliope will take it back and she's looking at it a bit, both like appreciative or like hey, it was a good idea, but also a bit disgusted with herself for the lack of honesty in it. And I think her mind kind of goes back to when we found it and we were all sort of sitting around that campfire that night and wondering how to legitimize this or how to make it seem more, not like something we just pulled out of the woods. And the question of like, we could go into like just role playing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think you
Yeah.
set the scene and tell us who's playing in that.
Yeah. So I think it would be, the four of us.
Awesome.
I think we're just kind of passing it around, and she's looking through her books that she has of like what it's supposed to be, and we're trying to figure out a way to sort of legitimize this a bit.
Is this it?
No,
Really not. It looks just like a common sword.
it is.
Ollie draws his like broken sword. He goes,
This looks more worthy than that little thing.
It does. I don't think the sword is real or literal.
Well, then
But we came all
shouldn't
this
we tell
way.
them that?
For what reason? Make them more hopeless than they already are?
Well, better than they have hope in something that doesn't actually work.
But aren't we all
I don't know.
aware that at the end of the day it is futile?
Sure.
What is coming regardless.
Sure.
So
Sure, but you're gonna give them a sword that some poor sap is gonna think it protects him from all of that, and he will just run in there?
rather than what? A sword, nothing, and look upon the eyes of the storm and feel those last fleeting minutes passing by? At least they can hold on to something and,
Yeah.
as you like to say, symbols and meaning and all that.
Thank you. That's my thought. There's symbols have meaning, even if the thing that they are doesn't. And if we're all going to die, is it not kinder to give them something to bolster themselves against and not die in fear?
But what if there is really a sword of the world, or do you think the prophecy is total shit?
I don't think the prophecy's Nothing. I don't
I'm
think
all
it's
for lying.
Yeah. Honestly,
Right?
I think it might just be more complicated, or I think it's not a. I don't think there's one weapon that can dispel all of this. I don't know, but the people need something. We can't come back with nothing.
I agree.
What if, well, I could engrave it with something that I know.
So everyone thinks it's the real one.
Yeah, I know
Forgery.
languages. Yes, I know
I like
languages. Well, that's 2 out of
Fitting.
3.
It's fitting.
I know languages that no one left would really be able to read. No one would be the wiser.
Do what you want, but I won't take part in it.
Who's holding the sword?
I think Fig is, right?
Yeah, you can be.
Okay.
Sure.
We were just kind of passing it around.
Okay. I just kind of nudge over to like if I could see the sword.
Sure. It's not normally my weapon of choice, you know.
I take it. I sort of like look at it and I go,
The blade's bent. The handle could use some releathering. Yeah, I
Fix that.
could potentially carve some runes or languages on it, and none would be the wiser. At the end of the day, we'll all end up succumbing to the storm, so make it as flashy as you can, Calliope. Give it some deeper meaning.
And then when we die with it, if in the future anyone who survives will be like, oh, look at these awesome people with this awesome important sword. It'll be great. It'll be great.
You think we'll go
Yeah.
down as heroes?
If we win.
I don't intend to go down at all.
It's
All
noble.
this talk of death and an imminence.
So,
I can't live like that.
Ollie kind of like bows slightly and he goes,
Apologies, Your Highness.
We have people to fight for. Do what you want with the sword.
yeah, Calliope will take it and just start to engrave in an ancient language the sword of the world.
okay.
I think that answered the question.
Calliope,
So
right?
yeah.
What made you engrave those exact words into the sword?
I don't know. I didn't want to engrave something just completely asinine. Like, we were here. That just felt too disrespectful, and you know how I feel about how this will all end. So, I don't know. I just labeled it, I suppose, like I'm prone to do most things in my collection of books.
So what? You'll be the one wielding it in the end?
No. I just think I'm the thing that needs to be wielded, so this is just a simple.
It's not that simple.
It truly isn't, Calliope.
Maybe not. I think if armies and traditional war were going to stop this, it would have been stopped already. It wouldn't have gotten this far.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if the prophecy of the sword doesn't exist, then neither does your need to be the one to die for it. Others have died for it and it has done nothing.
Pause just
Pause.
to do mechanics wise.
Mm-hmm.
So with the flashback, you have to do the card thing, which kind of still
Yes.
takes away a little
Oh
bit
yeah.
out of. So
The moment.
yeah, so you have to draw a card, and you can either choose to give it to Calliope or give the one that's already in your hand to Calliope.
Let me see. I just click the deck in the center?
Yeah, I think so. We're figuring this part out.
Okay. I can keep it?
Yeah, or you can, if you keep it, you give the one that's already in your hand to
Oh.
Calliope.
And we can all see this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which
So
I
either
think is
keep
fine.
it or give it to Calliope specifically.
Mhm.
Okay.
So the
I
one in the
think.
middle is the one you just drew. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I just gave it to you.
Cool.
Great.
Okay.
All right, back to
So
Zaire.
we now know you can just give it to someone.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Cool. So what we started with is kind of a secret, but other than that,
Yeah, I'll
We
take
don't know.
I think I take a point, right? A point of destiny?
For which one?
so that was
I d-
Ollie. Ollie disagreed, right?
No, I disagree with the fact that you have to be the one to die.
That's right. You were correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say
There's-
that counts
there's
as
a
your
couple
point of
things
destiny.
around that.
Sick.
Cool.
I'll make a
Cool.
mark.
Mm-hmm.
Engrave a tally on the switch.
Yeah.
Oh, check marks. I don't want to be right, Galatea, but like, what else is there?
Doesn't have to be you.
Then who should it be? You have a kingdom of people that are still alive. Ollie has people meant to lead. Who should it be? Fig has
Why
to
does it
find
have
her
to
family.
be anyone? Like, I don't understand why you're so convinced that this has to be like a person has to sacrifice themselves tomorrow. I think we're all sacrificing ourselves, to be honest. So why don't we have a little bit of fun tonight? Y'all are so glum.
Fig makes a good point. I don't know. I guess I'm just.
Can we hear that again? I don't think you've ever said that before.
Now I've said that a time or two. You have good points.
It is
You
hard
have
to admit when you're right because you're so smug about it.
You have very specialized skills, and in those moments, you were unilaterally correct.
I love the sound of all of that.
Ollie looks to you as you finish saying that, Calliope, and he goes like,
She'll nod to you. Like, I know none of you put much faith in, the spirits and things like I do, and that's fine. But that's
Not
sort
like
of where
they've
my
done any of us
information-
much good.
Yeah, true.
So your plan is to what? As soon
don't
as
know.
the light breaks, wield the sword and chuck it at something, at the storm, the crackling thunder from within?
Yeah.
I don't think I should be the one chucking anything. It would be quite
It
underwhelming.
wouldn't get far, to be honest.
It would be bad.
Never been your skill. Never been your
No.
skill.
I know what I'm good at, and chucking things is not one of them.
You're quite capable. I didn't mean the statement.
No,
to be
I don't.
met with.
Yeah, I don't take that wrong at all. Listen, I'm an inside kid, a cat. This is not my bag. Books are kind of my whole thing. Honestly, I think it should be one of you. And she looks to Galatea and Ollie to wield it. It makes the most sense. Or at least have it on you.
Ollie kind of like distances himself when you say that. And he says,
We all go down.
Yeah, but if hope is what the people want, what better than in the hands of a former queen?
Exactly.
I owe them that much.
Exactly.
Rallying the people, especially before war, is most important.
Yes, it is. And she'll
Triggering
flip
a
the sword
flashback.
and
Do it.
I'm
Go for
triggering a
it.
flashback to Galatea.
Mhm.
Why did you choose to adventure in the first place when you were of royalty?
Okay. I think this scene in particular is just after we've caught Fig for stealing and confronted you about it. And I think you gave us some reason for pause or did some kind of charisma stuff to convince us that we needed to help you in some other endeavor in exchange for its return. And I'm talking to Ollie rather excitedly about it. And I think Calliope's there too, because we probably had you with us.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And am I in the scene, or you're talking about what just happened?
I think you're in the scene too. I think we're in that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I look to you in this flashback and I go,
Now, calm your excitement, Your Highness. This is, at the end of the day, just a prophecy, false promise. There's nothing dictating that this can be. No. I'm just as excited at the fact that you're excited at the possibility of this, but I don't want you to be disheartened.
You don't understand. You don't understand. There's treasure right at this spot on the map, and this thing that I was getting was gonna get me the next clue to the treasure. So if you just let me borrow it for a little bit,
And I mean, we can't let her go off with it on her own. And we need to return it. So if we go with her, then we could potentially find treasures. We could potentially find things that are relevant to the prophecy. And then we never have to worry about this storm again. And think of how happy my dad will be.
Yeah,
How much treasure? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
How much treasure do you actually say that there is, Fig?
so it's supposed to be. See, I'm not good with the books and the history, but it's supposed to be this long lost weapons cache.
I like it.
Right up your alley. Right? You look like a big tough thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
there's like a trembling to his hands as you're talking to him.
In a particularly old weapons cache, which could have a lot of, knowledge, right, Calliope?
True. And yeah, Calliope will go and look at the map that you have and which way do you think we're meant to go? To Fig. Asking which way.
So the thing is, I had to take this necklace from here and bring it to old Soggy down in the market ward, and Soggy was gonna tell me the next step. But if you're good at history, right? We've got a lot of books, it seems.
This old Soggy is a wise sage of some sort, or
well, if we can take Soggy out of the picture, maybe you know the next clue, and
I can kill Soggy.
That's true. He is good at that.
That is also an option.
Calliope's well-versed in all of these tomes and books. She would be our best guide. She's the only person I truly trust with any of this words on paper.
Absolutely. And if there's anything of worth to be found, then we'll know.
Yeah, Calliope preens a bit at that and look at the map and kind of hold it up to the light and just sort of see if there's any kind of weird, symbol, like national treasure sort of things going on there. And then I have read something about this. Grab the necklace. I think we can figure this out.
That's true.
Cut.
I think so too. Yeah, I didn't know what to
do. Perfect.
Cool.
All right. Before we jump into the roleplay, let's do the card.
Ooh, red card.
All right. The card has been played. Jumping back into the scene at the campfire.
Ollie's like looking around at the people in the distance, and he sees like younger sort of kids that are like trying to like play and sort of have like a moment of wholesome sort of like naive wonder to this night. And the kids sort of like draw these like wooden swords, and then they start sort of like hitting each other with them, and then the parents come up and they draw them back, and then Ollie says out loud, near you, Fig, and says,
"If only things were that simple, and we could all just pull back. There would be no need for any of this terrors that I keep on mentioning about. I'm sorry, I find myself sometimes so... I don't know if the right word, Calliope has mentioned it before, traumatized by my past, but...
It's hard to think about anything else, especially right now.
What is it helping?
I think to your point,
Nothing.
Fig, it was easier then to leave, to wonder what else might be out there, run away from responsibilities, and think that I could bring something back that would make my father think better of me. And at the time, the storm was not even at our borders.
Yeah. It was fun.
For a
Yeah,
time.
it was.
You think the nightingales are out there still, Fig?
I don't know. Well, if they are, look at what happened to Andar. Like, it seems like no one's fighting. I can't imagine them not fighting.
I'll say at the mention of Andar, like my eyes sort of do like a flash of blue, like a spark, but then quickly comes back to my normal sort of like darker brown pupils.
My instinct was like, perception check. And then I was like,
Almost.
What's your passive
insight?
perception? You're right.
I'm almost like, can I roll insight so many times? I'm like, that's not a thing. I just have to use my human perceptiveness. How dare.
Yes. He Ollie looks to you, Fig, and he says,
"What was your time like with the nightingales? Was it all as..."
and he kind of like leans in a little bit closer, and then,
"As rough as some make it seem? The nightingales tumbled around in some dark places. I'm not judging, but you never spoke of them much."
Is this a flashback or
flashback.
cool? Okay.
remember your shit.
I gotta think about this one. All right. I'm gonna need NPCs
none of us are
in this
there.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need NPCs in this one. So I need someone to play head of the Nightingales, which is just imagine like a thieves guild in like D&D world. They're kind of like the class. And you can make up your own name for that person. But the scene being played out, because I'm blanking on a name right now. The scene being played out is I have stolen something from this merchant and the merchant ward, and the Crown Guard are arresting me, and the head of the Nightingales is also a public figure, so people know not to mess with him, but he also runs this little like tiny underground crime syndicate. So he steps in and gets me off the hook.
Now, people, please take some time to ease your discomfort. This is but a simple misunderstanding. Let I, your person you look to in these times, to handle the situation. You with me, and he points to you, Fig.
Yeah, I'm. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I promise. I'll pay it back. I'll pay you back. I'll give you everything I got. I'm still talking to the guard and the merchant.
The guard and this individual, Silid, walks up and he places his palm on the shoulder of the guard, and he goes, "Now, dear friend, you would take some time to assess the situation and truly understand that I've got it handled from here." And the guard, I guess, looks back at me and you, and then goes, "Make sure you take care of this one."
Yeah.
And then I go, "Absolutely. This way." And sort of like glares his eyes at you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. But I know how things work around here. Like, what do I owe you now?
You don't know me anything. As you sort of like walk through like a little alleyway off to the side, and he then like there's like a door, and he like knocks on it with like this very distinct pattern, and he says, "You don't owe me anything. You're very nimble. You seem like you've got some muscle to you as well. We could perhaps be acquaintances in this particular situation."
So you want me to work for you?
In a way. The door opens, and then you hear like, I don't know why I'm describing everything. Sorry.
No, go. It's
Don't
great.
do it.
Yeah.
You hear like a roaring of like voices that all of a sudden hush as soon as the door opens. And then I have this like very flashy cape that like I extend out in the direction to you like a half bow. And I go, "In a way, we can work together to achieve many great things." And what did you steal?
I was trying to steal a gold bowl, like a gem-encrusted bowl from a merchant in the market.
Then he extends his hand out towards the bowl.
Yeah, sure. I didn't need this. I was just hungry.
Feed this one. Make sure she's properly taken care of. We'll hold this as collateral. And you watch as he like tosses it to like some individual that's there pressed up against the wall who like fumbles it. And more people sort of like they crowd around you, but in a very welcoming way. They just sort of begin to serve you platters and plates of food.
Very awkwardly, hey, I'm Fig. Thanks. And I'm scarfing down food like I've never eaten before in my life. And I'm gonna cut that scene.
Cool.
And then let's do the card, and then I'll answer in character. Because I know I forgot to ask in character that last round.
Gotcha. I'm drawing the card, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The face card.
Oh no.
That doesn't count as a face card in this game.
No.
No.
Never mind.
Oh,
we're
does-
good.
Oh
We're
yeah, no, there's not a
fine.
face on that. It's even black. We're
It was an
great.
ace for the audience.
Just kidding.
Do we redraw, or can we give this one out, or whatever?
You either give that one or the one in your hands to me. So one of your cards goes to me.
Either that one or one in your hand.
Yep. Awesome. Cool. And then you already asked me in character, so then I'll answer in character to jump us back into the scene. You know, we did a lot of work, but it was a family. We did it all together. Like, everyone looked out for each other in ways that I never had before, you know? It was nice. I mean, sure, we stole things here and there, hurt a few people, but it was all, like, people who deserved it, ultimately, you know?
So the people deserve another chance. Not the walls of this city. You've mentioned it before. To save as much as we can of this rubble. It's truly the people that matter at the end. Your nightingales, those 2 kids, Galatea, Calliope. We all need to try together. Let all the towers and the keeps burn for all I care. Let them be overrun with the infected. As long as we can all get out alive, I think that's the goal.
Pig's just gonna shake her head.
Do I get a good boy point? Because that was me disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
Good boy point. It's like a reward.
It's like a reward.
Yeah, I think as that wrapped up, Calliope would have stood and sort of just made her way over to Ollie, like also looking out on the children playing and just sort of looking into middle distance a little bit and a bit wistfully turns to Ollie and like, did you ever think about what it would be like if none of this was happening? Like, what sort of life we might have had, what you wanted without all of this, the storm, all of it. And flashback to like.
Okay. Sorry, can you say once again what you just said so I can paint it a little bit?
For sure. There was a couple in there, so you can pick one of just like
Sure.
Either like what life would have been like without the storm and everything, or like the future that you would have wanted for yourself.
Got it. Okay. You see these like rolling hills of like tall brown grass. And there's these like sort of like makeshift sort of like hovels and homes that make up the entire hillscape. And in one of those you see a younger Elias who is carrying like in his hand like a good amount of like just like pieces of wood, like lumber, but he's like struggling with them as he's walking up to his home. And then you hear from the distance, if somebody wants to play my dad.
I'll play your dad.
Dope. What does my dad say?
I don't need that look, Mariah. Boy.
Oh, it's coming, sir.
And do you have the wood?
As much as I could scavenge. I tried. I also can't really lift too many of these.
In the hearth.
He walks over, and in the distance, you hear like the crackling of like a distant storm. And I sort of like look back to it, and then I look to my father for like, kind of like a scared child looks to their parent.
Get inside. Board the windows.
Begins to make all the preparations in the home, and some time passes by a fire. A meal is had between just these two familiar members in this home, and the storm passes by no more than just hard rain. And then you, I guess, through a series of montage, you see Elias working with his father, and them eventually sort of like coming to terms and allowing themselves to like work together. And then Elias begins to build a little bit of muscle, and he begins to help out his dad more as his dad begins to get a little bit weaker, until there is sort of like a business that is started by the two of them. And Elias's dad sort of like sits in a chair while Elias really just runs this lumber sort of like workshop where he like crafts small figures onto like small pieces of different kinds of wood. And he looks over to his father and he says, I told you I'd get there eventually. You just needed to give me a little bit of time.
You took your time. You certainly did. But you are big and
Dad.
strong now. Is this what you want, boy?
The sound of thunder as we cut to the current storm.
So good.
Nice.
Draw that
So,
card.
Calliope
Calliope.
draws the
Yeah.
card.
Draw the card. Wait.
I have the strongest urge to be just like a wheezy old man.
That's
Oh, no,
a face
it's
card.
face card.
We marked down our first
Oh no.
as a queen was drawn. We still use it because the face card only matters for the Battle Chronicle, so you still use it as a give or
Okay.
take. But
That only matters for like our end stuff, right? It doesn't like
Yeah,
trigger
so.
anything in the now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is done.
Good.
Terrifying.
And now that we all have 2 cards, that actually ends the first round of play.
Okay.
So we are going to take a quick break. If we want to take a, hopefully God is there to
Yes.
bring us out, but we're going to take a quick, what do we say, like 5-7 minute break? What do we want? Let's do 7 minutes.
7 minutes works.
So 8:07 my time, 07 whatever time zone y'all are in.
10:07
So yeah, we'll be
Central,
back.
11:07 Eastern.
We'll be back in 7 minutes to finish the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Back.
And welcome back to Goodberry Cafe, where we are playing Before the Storm, a narrative roleplay game about the night before the final battle for this group of adventurers and friends. So we're going to jump right back into the action. During the break, we did decide that for the sake of time, rather than doing 5 rounds, we're doing a total of 3 rounds, 4 cards. So we'll have 2 more rounds of play and flashbacks, and end with a total of each character having 4 cards, because we started the game having drawn 1. So jumping back in, we are going to go to the campfire, and I believe, was it Calliope who asked that question of Ollie?
Yep.
So Calliope has just asked that question of Ollie in character. Ollie's flashback happened, and it's all you to say how you would answer.
Did I envision any of this for myself? I definitely didn't. But if I could do it all over again, without the storm. I would much rather prefer that.
Wouldn't we
I
all?
don't think many of you truly understand what lies before us, the Stormsworn.
And he makes it a point to not look at Galatea when he's saying this.
But he says, the Stormsworn are dedicated, and thoughtful, and they execute without mercy. It's almost like a hive mind, all going towards one thing, and that is utter destruction, the eradication of the entire this.
And he sort of like points to the camp with all the people.
I wish things were different for me. I wish I could remember much of my time with the Stormsworn, but such is life.
I think Calliope nods and just stands by you quietly for a little while, and then will sort of place a hand on your arm and walk over to the cliff and sort of just look out over the battlefield and the other enemy encampment and out toward the heart of the storm and Andar and like all of the lands that sort of lay beneath it, and just sort of kind of breathe and try to imagine, you know, where her parents are in all of that. And I think as that train of thought continues, she will like look and if she can catch Galatea's eye and sort of subtly motion her over, she'll do that.
I think Galatea is like finishing up a bite from a plate like a normal person.
Thank you, Galatea.
Of her steak. Although, like,
As you
notably,
cut to Ollie, who's like taking it out of his pocket, whatever remains, and he's just
Yeah.
like
not the pocket
still
steak.
chewing it. 100% pocket steak.
It's dusty. Just
Yeah,
She's like
yeah.
somehow got like a very nice silver fork and knife, like
Yeah.
from
Full
where
one of
she
those, like,
keeps it.
those to goes like
Yes.
silverware
Right.
sets.
Mhm. But she's notably like eaten maybe a very small corner of it. And she kind of catches your eye and then sets her plate aside, and gestures to Fig like that she can have the rest.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you didn't like it?
No, it was wonderful. I just don't have much appetite
You missed out. Sure.
before a big fight. And she'll use her like, I feel like Galatea fights with a broadsword type
Yeah, she
deal.
does.
So she'll like cleave it into the dirt to help her like get up, and then reholsters it and kind of walks out to the cliff edge and looks out next to you, like not at you, but it's just like looking out over it with you.
I don't know. I don't understand how my
You-
parents gave themselves over to that, or I don't know how. People live beneath it. Do they know something we don't? Or is there some wisdom in clawing the life that you can out? Or is it better to just die fighting? I don't know.
Big, you notice as Calliope is saying this off in the distance, there is kind of like he attempts to like move forward, but then doesn't, and kind of stays back in the direction of Calliope, but sort of like stands back.
I think the storm has its draw. Your parents aren't the first to throw themselves in, hoping to find their way back to easier shores. And as for those that are complacent in it, I think the storm has its own part to play in that change in our people. Whether we can wrest them back from it, that's yet to be seen.
Do you think that we can?
I think some of us can. I don't know what dictates who does and who doesn't. And I wish I could give you those answers, Calliope.
I don't think my parents are going to. I'm not asking for their sake. They gave themselves over willingly. That ship sailed decades ago.
Tell your parents.
I don't.
You're allowed to mourn them.
I mourned them a long time ago. When they left me for some untold power. So that's not why I brought you over here. I hear a lot of things. People like to talk, and I'm quiet.
People still have time for gossip?
They always do. I'm quiet enough that people often sometimes forget that I'm around. I heard that one of your siblings remains in Andar. Alive. And I don't know.
The city?
Mm-hmm.
That's not possible.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be queen otherwise.
Over table, that was my secret for Galatea.
You get a secret point.
Yeah.
Secret point.
Secret. Good boy point. All right. Well.
Who did you hear this from?
Some of the men, I don't know. I could point out their face, but I don't know the name. They didn't tell me directly. I overheard it.
I doubt we'll find out if there's any truth to it by the end, to be fair.
Enough. Her
Thank
voice
you.
completely changed, but
Regardless.
yeah. I don't know. I hope, for your sake, I hope there's still someone out there, but after all this.
And we win, then that'll be enough.
I think Calliope will just kind of rest her head on your shoulder and continue to look out over, the oncoming storm and the night, and just sort of watch the lightning.
Yeah,
and I will cut. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I said I think we remain out there for a good little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'll cut it there.
Was that a secret?
Yes.
Secret? Oh, gotcha. And secrets trigger flashbacks?
No, I think she just gets a
Do
point.
they?
No, they don't.
Did it need to be a flashback? I wasn't sure.
Not
No,
unless
no.
you want it.
I was just asking for my clarification.
Yeah, that
Okay,
can just be a scene we had at the camp.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Then
Awesome.
yeah, let's go with that. You will write down my point.
You think the sword will work, Fig? By some divine miracle at the end of it all?
I've never really been one to believe in the divine. But I do find myself inadvertently having some hope, you know?
That's good. Hope is good. Your Highness.
Yes, Ollie.
Should we survive this?
Actually, pause outside of game. Would you say that the conversation that Calliope and Galatea. I just wanted to say Gatalea. I wanted to say like gato. But would you say that we overheard part of this, or was it definitely a private conversation between the two of you?
You were not meant to.
But if
Gotcha.
you overheard.
Fig didn't hear.
Okay.
There's no roll for perception, so I don't. How good is Ollie's hearing?
How good is Forsworn hearing?
Yeah.
Maybe Forsworn hearing is pretty good because we're like, hey, we can't go down there because once we're down there, they might be like fucking zombies and they hear a twig snap, they start rushing.
Yeah, my
so maybe you do have better hearing than normal.
Off the charts.
Or you're meant to hear beyond the storm.
Right. Oh yeah. Well, that'd be cool.
So like maybe like we can't be heard by normal people because the storm's going on, but you and I are able to hear better than others.
Cool. Okay. I like that. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Back into it. So yeah, Ollie calls out to you, Galatea, and he says, looking at Calliope as well, and then sort of like acknowledging the intrusive nature of what he's about to say, he just sort of like stumbles and he
should there be another within the bloodline of the royal family?
And he takes out his sword and he presses it to his chest and he goes,
I'm not one for noble practices, but you will forever be our queen.
Thank you. Ollie, your loyalty is beyond what I deserve.
Stupid. It's stupid. Your loyalty is stupid. Like, the royal family has failed us as the people left and right. There's no duty anymore. Andar has fallen. But Galatea, your family failed us long before the storm came in. You no longer have a duty to these people.
I don't have a duty to Galatea either.
Disagreement point.
Ooh.
You think the blame is on my family alone?
Yeah. I mean, who else is at the top?
No, it's understandable. Because it is our duty to provide and protect our people. It's exactly what I'm doing here. It's what my father died doing. And it's what the Nightingales. What did you believe they did with their money? Flashback.
ooh.
I gotta think of this whole criminal organization in my head right now.
We need everyone. We need the top ranking officials down to the yeah.
Quick question. What was the name that you made up for the guy, Ollie?
Silid.
Silid?
Yeah.
Silid. Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure I know my lore before I drop some shit.
Yeah. Before I fuck this up for you.
Oh man, all right, the scene. I'm not sure NPCs yet. I'm making this up off the top of my head. The scene is the guild's like underground tavern. Guild members only. You need to do the secret knock to get in. Late at night. It's like 3 a.m, and Uh, all right. I need 2 NPCs. Silid and another perhaps head of upper ranking nightingale. You all are going to be having a whispered conversation in a side room of this tavern.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna. You all are talking about something like super serious, and I'll set the
Okay.
scene, and you can take it however you want. Are you gonna be Silid again?
If you want, or if Alejandra, if you want to be Silid,
I can be the other Nightingale.
I vote you be Scylla because I like the voice that you do for him.
The voice was really good. Yeah, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
We were both like,
Oh,
"Hey,
mine was great,
Scylla.
like, hey,
Hey, Scylla."
Okay.
sure be a shame. Where's Scylla at?
Okay, cool. Okay, so we're having a conversation.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I'll set the scene, and I'll tell you like, you'll know when you'll be
So,
heard.
like, type in. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. All right, so Fig opens the door. No, doesn't need to do the secret knock. It's got a key by now. This is like 10 years after the previous scene with the nightingales. Opens the door. It's like 3 a.m. Stumbles in. Has this really pretty like dancer on her arm. She's in bedazzled with sequins. Brings her in and is like, "Hey, come on, let's get a drink. Come on." Brings this girl over to the bar. Pours her a very sloppy drink and starts making out with her. On top of the guild bar. They're having a great time, going at it. When mid makeout, Fig knocks over the glass and it falls to the ground. And Fig was too busy to realize that there was other sounds happening. Stops and hears there was a background of whispers, and hears it goes quiet, and suddenly aware that there's like other people up at this hour. Whispers to the girl, "Shh. We're not actually supposed to be here." And leans down and sees if she could hear what's happening on the other side of the door. And what she hears is Silid and...
Oh god, I'm bad at naming people. My god.
Go with Jethra.
Okay, beautiful. I love it. Hot. Let's go.
You hear no, go ahead.
Yeah, like we're in like Scylla's office probably or something. Where
Yeah.
And the winds are changing, don't you know, Jethra? There is much to be desired during these times. There's a lot of coin to be made. But
yes, my darling, always is.
At this point, we must tread carefully. The Stormsworn proved to be a worthy ally, and if we are to provide with them the proper amount of resources, then perhaps we can align ourselves with them, keep our channels undisturbed, and keep all of our lines of communication open for future relationships. At the end of the day, this is your domain, so I'll let you be the deciding factor in this. I am very much open to the idea and letting the nobles rot. I do not care for their riches and their wealth. We have our own path to chart, and I'm very excited about the future.
I think she swirls her drink and takes a sip of it. Like, that we do, my dear, that we do. It is an interesting prospect. You believe the Stormsworn are... what's the word? Coherent? Cognizant enough to be a worthy ally?
He kind of like slumps back into like a chair that he has and goes,
I've heard whispers. I've heard many tales being spoken about from different corners of the kingdom. This Stormsworn are but feeble soldiers. There are some in charge that perhaps can be negotiated with, and if we align ourselves freely, well, we may only need to speak to one or two individuals and let the rest take care of itself.
That would be ideal.
I was gonna say cut.
Cut. Do the card and then Fig will answer. Well, that's good.
That was good. I like it. World building. Yeah.
All right, the card has been given. It's not a face card. You asked me that. All right, getting back into the Nightingales did what they had to do to survive. We used our money to uplift our community, the ones that you forgot about.
Is that what you think that they did? Is that what they told you?
That's what I saw.
They saw what they wanted you to see. Silid, he's an agent of the monarchy, of the royals. You mentioned before that you stole from the people that deserved it. Obviously, other nobles, other affluent members of our kingdom, who dictated who was worthy and who wasn't. The Nightingales are a tool for the nobility to fight against each other. You stole from people they decided they wanted to knock down a few pegs. And a small chunk of that went back to your community for sure. But the remainder of that gold that would have really helped those that needed it went to the people greedy enough to buy your service. That's how the world works.
Nah.
But Fig is a good person. We like Fig.
Fig is a good person. A good person that deserves to know the truth before the end. Secret point.
Yeah, good one.
Ooh. Nice.
And for the first time in a long time that you've been hanging out with Fig, Fig is not talking or chiming in or interrupting.
Okay, everyone, calm down. We don't need to have this tension now. There's plenty of that going around. Calliope, perhaps you can read us some of your fancy books again about heroism and things of that nature that inspire people. I don't know. I don't know what it is that you read.
That's a lot of words. I'm not reading
most things. Yeah, I suppose I can. And she'll, I think, pull up a book. And it's a pretty, faded sort of book of, fables that she's had since she was a child. And she'll sort of open one to the, stories about the spirits and how they interact with the earth and sort of help everything flourish and stay in balance and all of that. And kind of go through and read that story. And I think, as she does, there's a couple little, Calliope sees some little sprites and things moving around, but if for others who don't, fully believe in it, you would see flashes of things out of the corner of your eye. You would see, little objects move, bits of the fire scamper away and come back in to its host. Little footprints in grass out of form. And I think just you would see them start to congregate around Calliope, and as she finished the story, they would sort of dissipate.
You know, Calliope always makes sure that we keep in good spirits. Now, Fig, there is no need for you to be upset at Galatea. Galatea is only speaking on the truths that she knows. Perhaps there were some members of this Nightingale group that were noble and kind of heart, like you.
Yeah.
We don't know. None of you know.
I think the point is that there can be bad and good people amongst every level of society. I'm not blind to how my father turned the other cheek at the suffering of some of our people. But I know plenty of people in the court, my mother included, who tried to help and move things when we could. And I have no doubts that even among the Nightingales, there were more like you, who genuinely wanted to help as well.
Yeah.
Now, Your Highness, I don't mean this with any disrespect. I come to you humbly. But if we are to speak of things long since past, the king and queen, what were they doing the days before they fell? Flashback.
Yeah. I think the scene of the days before they fell is a similar energy to what we're facing now, in that just beyond the walls of Andar is the storm, and it's Stormsworn amassed. And we know we're on the defense. We know we're outnumbered. But my father and my mother have gathered all the forces that we can, ready to defend at that last stand. I'll need someone to play the king and queen of Andar.
I can play the queen.
Ready?
Jem, do you want to play the king?
Not really. If you want to play the king.
Okay, sure. I'll play the king.
It places her heart.
Yeah.
You're not a man.
I think we're on like the battlements before they go down to go fight. And Galatea is there, much younger, probably around 19, 20.
Were both
Are
of your
you-
parents fighters, or just one of them?
I think
Both.
they both went in to fight. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Are you ready? Is there anything else that I need to do here?
There is
I think-
nothing for you to do, Galatea. You will stay inside and you will wait until the storm passes. Me and the queen have got this handled, along with every single noble arm that we can gather from the kingdom.
What?
He looks over to the queen.
Yeah, I think your mother would put her hand on the back of your neck eventually and be like, "You've done well, darling. You're better suited here to help with the injured and keep things organized, keep everyone from panicking.
And I can
Your
fight.
work
I
is
don't.
here."
What's the point in training me all these years if I'm not going to be there fighting with you?
There will be a time for you to fight, Galatea. There will be a time for you to be noble and headstrong in these times. But what we are facing right now, we don't know to what degree we could put you and others in peril. You must stay here. You will be the only future we have for Andar. Lockhart, last name. Thank you.
What if I'm not ready for that? I feel like I'm more ready for war than I am to lead, and I don't.
Because war is here that you feel more ready for it, but you are more ready to lead. That's all you've done your whole life. And lessons and cool with us is learn how to lead your people. You're as prepared as anyone can be. That is also why we need you here.
You're going
your father
to
and I don't
die.
We don't plan on dying. Your father and I don't. Do you plan on dying, dear?
He sort of like takes a deep breath, looks to you, the queen, and then looks over to Galatea.
She's looking at you like she's like, Liz, you play along with this right now in front of our kid. Like, listen to me.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna have words before if you fuck this up.
And he looks over and he goes, I intend very much to return to you.
Exactly, see? But war is hard, war is brutal, and if we don't return, if one or both of us don't, then the people need someone to lead them. It would be folly to have the entire family on the battlefield. And your father and I have more battle experience. You have the fighting training, you are qualified to fight. But it is different when it's real. And when it's life and death.
Then come back.
We plan to.
Could I add, at that moment, the doors swing open and you see perhaps a local guard that has always been perched in the sort of inner workings of the royal line, the inner court of the king and the queen, who you've never been able to see because their helmet always covers everything about them, but you know that there was always something about the eyes that matched your mother's eyes. There was always something about that. And when he comes in, Your Highness, the horses are ready.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord.
The king looks to you, Galatea, and he...
Well, looks like it's time. We love you.
And she hugs them both very tightly. And then stays on the battlements to watch her parents go to war.
Yeah, I think your mother, like on her large horse in her gleaming armor,
Big ass Clydesdale.
like dramatic, attention whore ass.
Dramatic as fuck.
Glam the fuck out. Like if we're going to war, why would we not look good while we do it? Well, riding beside your father and makes a point to sit as tall as she can and to not look back at you and to just ride with every bit of confidence that she's coming back. Even though she secretly knows she's probably not.
I'll look to the queen
Mhm.
and I say, I do hope we can keep this promise.
So do I, my dear. So do I. I think she'll squeeze your hand and see.
Cool. Okay. I draw.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Ooh.
Face card.
No!
Damn it.
Damn it, Dave.
Damn it, Dave.
Who shuffled these cards?
Because they just have the letters on them. There's first when I pulled mine and it was a queen. Like there was a bit where I was just staring at that Q and my brain was trying to turn it into a number. And I'm like, oh, what a weird 8 this is. And I'm like, no, it's just definitely a queen.
And I'm sorry, I know we did this already once, but now with the face, same rules apply. I hand it to somebody or keep it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just counts at the end, like at the end. It doesn't do anything special right now.
Gotcha. Okay. Cut back.
My parents prepared. They gathered every able-bodied man and woman that could fight, that was trained, left only what was necessary to protect within the walls. And they rode out. And died.
We could have kept them longer. But nobody at the end of the day knows the horrors within the storm. No one is safe. Nobody. The least we can do is let us shine again, at least once more. I'm trying to cling on to hope. I really am, but it's not in my nature to do so.
Are you and I on the cliff edge together? Do you think?
Yeah, probably.
Like, are we having this conversation separate?
No, because
I think Calliope was still kind of over there because Ollie approached us.
Yes. Yes. So it's like you were on the edge, but I sort of made it a point to be like, hey, let's all talk about this. And Calliope's there and Fig is right here. So yeah.
Yeah, Calliope may have drifted a little bit more toward Fig, especially as like sensing that y'all were kind of having a conversation, and then also that Fig is like associating a little bit. But yeah. I think in this like hearing distance.
In this little moment of, I think as you say, you mentioned something about like no one knows the horrors in the storm, and no one like makes it out. Right?
Yes.
Narratively, I would like to add a moment of like you and I facing each other, maybe not an angle where we can see the rest of camp, but it's like we're having a one-on-one.
Sure.
And lightning strikes, and I think both our eyes flash.
Have you felt it?
Felt what?
That creeping sensation running up your spine, like a million hands stretching outwardly in your direction, beckoning you.
More, now that we're closer.
Resist it. Resist it as hard as you can, Your Highness. That is what they do. That is how they achieve total victory. They prey on your mind. They seek these little fractured moments in your entire existence, and they interject themselves like an ice knife, cutting through, paralyzing every bone in your body. Until you hear the lightning in the background. That takes hold of your heart.
But why didn't it with us?
It didn't with you.
And it didn't with you.
He kind of looks away towards the storm and he goes,
I was Stormsworn. I have seen the other side of this. I don't know how I managed to escape it, but that initial call, I answered it. And I would hate for you, or, and sort of whispers, Calliope or Fig, to face the same terrors. Uncontrolling, brooding force. You feel your feet cannot be controlled. You're but a puppet. The lightning you hear in the distance. It grabs a hold of you. your breath becomes shallow, your eyesight becomes darkened. You forget where you're even existing. All you know is to march forward, to wield that weapon high and to exact some revenge.
And in that last crackle, Ollie turns around out of fear.
I think she, while you were talking, took off one of her gauntlets. And as you turned in fear, she grabbed your hand with like a similar, like lightning blue veins creeping from the wrists. How did you escape it? Flashback.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh, shit. Okay. Here we go. Okay. What's another kingdom apart from Andar? No.
Area?
Andar was the last
Area
one that
is
was
where
attacked,
we're
right?
at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Areas where we're
Andar-
at. Andar was the last one.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. I think I got it. You see the kingdom of Andar, these sort of like tall castle walls and then like this beautiful white marble with this like iridescent almost like shine to it where it's like when the sun hits it perfectly, you know that you're home, but in this scenario, it's like this swirling storm is right above the castle. And there is lightning that is like striking down at nearby homes and shops, even some of the towers of the castle. And it is just this roaring, not red flame, but like a blue flame that just begins to engulf all of the buildings. And then you hear the screams and shouts of villagers and other people sort of being like carved down. As there's these like paler face looking individuals with like black necrotic sort of like color to their eyes that are like walking past, sort of tumbling, and without even like even sometimes even looking at the individuals, they just sort of raise a weapon and strike them down. And in that you see almost like passing through a part of the kingdom, 1, 2, 3, 4 of these Stormsworn individuals until you come across Ollie, who is taking out his sword, fully fledged out, not broken, from like the chest of like some commoner. And as he takes it out, he turns, and the thing that you see is the same pitch black eyes, but the veins sort of, you know, showcasing this like vibrant light. Can I ask, can any of you three just, if you were part of like a shared mind collective and you were these individuals that have been controlled, what would be some phrases that you think you would be saying in your head as you find yourself in this, you know what I mean? Like sort of like stuck repetition kind of state in limbo, if you will.
Like as they're sacking the town?
As they're sacking and destroying and killing everybody. Yeah.
Interesting. Do you think it would be like
completely
a
up to you?
thought? Oh.
Completely up to you. It can be a conscious thought. It can be it can be what they're actually thinking as they're sort of processing. Because I know what I want to say, but I sort of, for flavor, I think it'd be cool if you guys added some flavor in there too.
I'm between either a saying that is like murmured throughout the collective,
Okay.
that has to do with the storm, or it's like whatever your last thought was when you died.
Ooh. Your call.
I have one that's dark, because of course it is. It's my thought.
What is it for you? Is it last thought before you died? Or is it
not? It's neither, really.
It's neither? Okay.
Kind of. It's like a Stormsworn female soldier who is like a whirling dervish of blades as she's cutting through people, and like very dead in the eyes, and then just echoing around her. Any of the Stormsworn here, like, Where am I? What am I doing? Where am I? What am I doing? Like, as she's just
Oof. Cool.
cutting through people.
And it's like that thing where if you were to sort of visualize it, that warrior and Ollie and the nearing warriors also share in that sort of like, I can hear what you're saying, but it's only a passive thing.
Mhm.
I'm not really recepting it. It's just sort of like, but because we're all seemingly somewhat connected in all of this, there is I can hear that and I pick up on it, and then I can hear what Alejandra is saying, and then I can hear what Jem is saying. Yeah.
And I think as she passes someone, it would go to like, where are we? What are we doing? And then when she's alone again, it goes back to I.
Okay.
I think mine is like that similar like last thought, and is also a warrior that was out in the initial defense that fell, saying something like, Gerard is in the left rank. If I can get to the left rank, Gerard. But they're just cutting people down as they're like repeating that last thought over and over.
Okay.
Mine's our younger Stormsworn. Remembering their lessons. Strike firm and true. Strike firm and true. Just on repeat.
And it's this like repetitive, constant, not being aware, final thoughts, and all these things. And then when you see Ollie turns with the sword and turns into like the eye of the storm, where there's just this like circle like whirlwind that is spinning feverishly within, and there's this like glowing light from where within it seems like there are two individuals that are just sort of floating within it, but they're shrouded, they're like disguised. And Ollie looks to it and he hears,
Father, I'm scared. Where are you?
Takes down another body, and he keeps lumbering towards the eye of the storm.
Father, please.
And he draws his blade from another individual.
I can't control myself, Father, please.
And just lumbering forward as the storm gets more heavy and more intense. And in that moment, he sees a boy that stands right in front of him. And he's like clutching a little wooden toy. And Ollie begins to like sort of like walk his way in his direction. And you hear,
no, not him.
Father, please, not him. And he raises his sword. And in that moment, you hear,
get inside, son.
As lightning strikes down and hits Ollie square in the chest, shocks him to his very core. The sword that he has snaps in half. It begins to be charred and burn and damaged as his entire armor also begins to singe and burn. And when the lightning stops and he drops in front, he looks up and his eyes are back to normal. And he runs inside of a home with the child in his arm. Cut.
Okay. I can either keep it or give it, right?
Well, either way, you have to give one of your cards.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a face card because you didn't.
It was not a face card.
Good to know.
Okay.
Back
Holly
to
almost made me cry.
I know. That was good.
That's good shit.
Ollie looks back to you, and when you asked him, how did you escape? He like tries to draw his hand back from yours, but then he sort of like holds your palm facing up as he's holding the bottom of it. And like placing his hand right over the veins, there is like a crackling that sort of connects.
Connecting.
And he says,
I don't remember.
and he lets go of your hand as he turns around to the group.
But I know one thing, my oath to you still stays strong. Since the day we met. You have my sword, always.
I think you're muted.
Oh no.
Oh, no, there
you're
we go.
not.
Hear you.
I was
Sorry.
just too quiet. My mic couldn't pick me up.
Yep.
Technology.
I think she sees the electricity course between our hands, and then as you say that, she kind of clasps her hand on your forearm in that like kind of soldier hold, and she says, "As does mine to you. You are my soldier, yes, but you are also my people."
Ollie doesn't know where to look. There is definitely a distance that he's trying to not be
She
a part
doesn't
of.
let you.
No. But like he's trying to like distance himself, but he's
Reclaim,
also
yeah.
frozen in the moment. Yeah, he's kind of like, I don't know what to do with that. And he just sort of still holds clasp and then looks up.
Then let's do this right in the morning.
Yeah. And she'll kind of give you like one of those, like she pulls you in by the forearm and gives you like the soldier pat on the shoulder.
He like
Thanks.
goes to pat you as well, but sort of like realizes that he might be doing it a bit too strong, so he kind of like just gives you like a light tap on the back.
I think like while that was going on, Calliope would have wandered over to Big and sort of like pulled out some just like little like a little set of throwing knives that like you had given Calliope a bit like, and kind of just you like one more time for old time's sake.
Yeah, Ollie's right. You do always remind us of some of the better parts. You and your stories and your spirits. And I'll grab one of the knives and triggering flashback.
Okay.
When did you those spirits? When did you first really start feeling like you're connected to them?
Okay. So, I don't know if I'll need NPCs for this, but it would be like you see a very young Calliope, probably about 10, and she wakes up in, the magistrate's tower and goes to search for her parents, like she always would in the morning. And they're gone, like the room is empty, their bed is made, their, clothes and things are gone, and as she sort of rushes to the window, she sees them riding out of the city and realizes that they've left. And so she goes to the head magistrate and well, if somebody will want to play that person, then yeah, that can be a little thing, and then we'll go off. I say like the scene would be her going to be like, what is happening? Like, where are my parents going?
I feel like I talk a lot. I'm always down, but if anybody else wants to, that's fine too.
I can play the magistrate.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you would hear like a patter of feet, and just a really quick like,
Come in.
hello?
Yes, child.
Do you know where my parents are?
Your parents are who exactly?
The Windhavens.
The Windhaven.
I saw them
Yes.
riding out of the city this morning.
Yes. Come take a seat.
Why?
Hard news can oftentimes be easier when you're sitting down.
And she will sort of slowly, very like, just tense and kind of suspicious, but go and sit down.
Your parents have taken it upon themselves to seek out the wonders of the storm, child.
They did what? Why?
I believe, according to their research, they think they can harness it somehow. We tried to warn them of the folly of that, but they seem to think they know better.
And I think in seeing that, like, there's a bunch of little moments that flashes through Calliope's head of, like, walking into rooms and conversations abruptly ending. Or, like, there being notes on the table that she would usually be free to read that got snatched from her, or books slammed shut, or things just like this growing suspicion. And that confirms it. And you see her just sort of pull herself up and in and shut down. And just say, "Thank you for telling me." And stand up and walk out and of the magistrate's office. And she just sort of keeps walking in a daze until she gets to out the gate to like the nearby kind of forest glen. And at this point she's starting to cry, and she just sort of throws herself down in the middle of this like circle, natural form circle of trees. And during that, suddenly these little spirits and beings start popping up around her. And there's one's made of water, and there's one's made of swirling air and earth and leaves. And they start speaking in her mind, and she can understand them, presumably. And she asks them why her parents left and if they're coming back, and they tell her no. And they explain that she will need to work with them, and that over the time they will guide her and teach her what she needs to know for her life. And then over the years, there's, it's sort of a thing of you go through those teenage years where you're like, this is kind of probably bullshit, and it's probably nothing, or I was just like hallucinated or had an overactive imagination as a kid. But then she has this unnatural draw to that glen, and she continues to go back and see the same spirits. And it becomes more known that she can commune with them. And she's not the only one that can commune with them, but she definitely does the most frequently of any of her class and the magistrates. And eventually, when she is closer to 18, 19, being of age, they tell her about the prophecy and the sword, and that it's really a lie or a false misdirection, and that there actually just needs to be a sacrifice purely given, and that because her parents chose to sort of abandon that faith because there was a line through it with her whole family's connection to the spirits, and because they turned their back on it, she has to bring that into balance by sacrificing herself. And so that began her research, and she's just sort of lived with that over her head, and is why she doesn't go out of her way to make a ton of connections. She has work acquaintances, but like the three of you are friends that she sort of made against her will a bit by just like proximity.
We like grabbed her by the throat and we're like, no, you're coming along.
Yeah, it's like, this one's coming home with me. And that's think of like, yeah, she liked you, she cared for you, but then it's think of like, oh fuck, I actually care for these people, and that's a problem because I have to die, right? And it both galvanized her and made it harder. And I think that's about where I would cut it and come back. And like, I was very young. I've seen them since I was probably about 10. After my parents left, I wandered out into a glen, and it's not uncommon for magistrates to work with the spirits, but I was uncommonly young, and I could speak with them more frequently and earlier than most, and it started as, I guess, almost like a family to replace the ones that left me. Surrogate parents and siblings and friends.
I know what that feels like.
Yeah. And I think as she's talking, just kind of like thunking, and the like the throwing knives are actually hit like going into the tree, which isn't like that's taken forever. So it's just like, hell yeah, we're about to die, but I can fucking, this is great.
I can at least throw a knife and it'll stick.
I know, a physical skill. And you know, when I was of age, they sort of told me about the whole prophecy thing, and nature likes everything in balance, and my mother's family had always had a very strong connection in working with the spirits, and she threw that out of balance when she turned herself over to the storm. So I have to repay that. And that's why I'm, you know, passionate as I am about it. It's not, that I particularly care about being a chosen one, or even that I particularly want to die. I don't. It's all I've ever known. And it was told to me by the closest thing I've ever had to guardians and protectors, and I don't know, I just was implanted so long ago and so deeply that it just seems correct, you know?
I go grab one of the knives and bullseye it right to where we were aiming. Sometimes, I guess, we got to keep in mind that sometimes our guardians aren't all what they seem to be, though. And I think that's what I'm gonna do my card. I do see that, Jose, it seems like you have too many cards. Because you're supposed to have 3 right now. So Alejandra, is there...
Did I give you one too many cards?
I think
no,
maybe.
I kept a card, so I needed to also give a card.
When you asked your question, you were supposed to give whoever you flashbacked a card.
Yeah, you draw one, and then you either give that card to somebody or give a card that's already in your hand.
Understood. Yeah. Okay, so do both. Okay, so then I will give one card.
Oh, I'm giving to Mariah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I think it should be Ale.
Because you asked me what my parents were doing.
That's right.
Okay, I'll just give that card you gave to me to Ale.
Perfect.
You want to get okay.
Cool. Now we all have 3, and that's the end of the round.
Sweet.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
So how are we feeling at the end of that round? Do we have it in us for one more round, or how do we want to do this?
I'm feeling good. I think we can get to a good landing point. But also open to anything.
Yeah, we can try to
I think I have
we
one
can do
more round.
Yeah, we could do another round, and like I also like try to be better about being more intentional about making sure we did, because I definitely did a scene where I was like, this isn't progressing the rounds at all. I just wanted to do it.
No worries. Yeah, we can, just for time's sake, we can be more, I guess, focused.
Succinct.
Mm-hmm.
Succinct, yeah, on this round. And so we can get through it. And then get to
I
that,
actually, I had one for Fig to kick off round 3 in that scene that we're still in.
Sure. Well, I'm ready to jump in if you are.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sweet. And so I think as y'all we walk up to the tree and we're pulling our knives out to keep throwing. It's like you are infuriatingly good at this. Who taught you how to throw? Flashback.
I might need an NPC. It's always gonna go back to the Nightingales.
That was your family, yeah.
Yeah. I need like an older brother or sister figure. Probably like early 20s to my like 17. Could be anyone.
I'll play an older sister.
Cool.
Vera,
awesome. So we're flashing back actually to the night I get brought in. I'm meeting everyone in the tavern. And Vera introduces herself to me. And your character has taken like an interest in me, and already you can tell that I'm like useless. So I guess we can play out that first night, and then I'll have like some scenes. Flashing in, everyone's like, "Oh, where are you from? Where are you from?" It's like, I don't know. I was just brought in here. I'm Fig. Nice to meet you. I'll sit down across from you. Hi, I'm Fig.
To meet you. You're rather young.
I guess compared to most people here. But I know my stuff. I've been on my own as long as I can remember.
Oh, for sure. And then like a fork flicks itself like your way, and it's like about to land on your forehead. And I think it like just Okay. You got some reflexes going. Okay. Fair. How's your pickpocketing? I mean, so you seemed like you got caught, right?
I mean, to be fair, it was a bigger item than I'm normally going for. I got a little greedy with that one, I'll admit. Normally, I'm just going for, like, food.
Gotcha. Your eyes were a little too big for your stomach situation?
That would have paid for a lot of food.
For sure. But where were you going to keep it?
I was just going to pawn it off in the beggar's hall.
Oh, for sure. And you were just going to walk clean out of that marketplace with a big, shiny bowl.
I've got a coat.
Mm-hmm. Coat would have not done much, especially with your tiny little frame.
Are you a thief too? Is everyone here?
I mean, just about everybody. Everybody's got certain skills that they might be better at, but I'm a pretty well-rounded one. You need someone to show you the ropes.
What do I have to pay for it?
You don't have to pay anything, silly. We all live under the same house now. Trust me, it'll benefit me if you know how to do your job better.
I think that was a good one. A good way to end it. Well, there would have been like some flashbacks of like a training montage, but yeah. All right, let's do a card for that. That's a good one.
It's you.
Yeah.
Oh, did you freeze? Mariah.
Nope.
Hello?
It's you drawing the card.
Oh, sorry. It is me. Sorry, I am the
You're
drama.
so pretty.
Thank you. I am, in fact,
I could
drama.
feel the moment that I had the brain cell.
I did not have possession of the brain cell. Please. There we go.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, I forgot that I was in charge of that bit of it. I was like, my work here is done.
Back to camp. I mean, I learned pretty much on the job with the Nightingales. But like, I mean, you talking about found family and stuff, that's what they were. And I had this like, I mean, I would never tell her this, but I called her my older sister. She showed me everything. I hope she's okay.
Maybe you can introduce us after all this is over.
If you don't sacrifice yourself.
Fair play.
Kind of hard to meet new people if you do.
Sure.
And I think, yeah, she'll blush a little bit, and it's like, yeah, you're right.
Calliope,
Ooh, go.
Yes.
do you have the sword still?
I believe it's by the fire. Let's head over. And yeah,
She's got
she'll
several
walk
stakes
over.
The
Yeah, it's just
searing on
We've
the
been
on the
cooking-
blade of the sword.
You are
Yeah,
cooking the stakes.
yeah.
No, it is just like it's like by the fire, like on one of the logs or wherever you were sitting.
Okay.
So yeah, she'll pick it. Yep.
Okay. Roll with me on this. Hopefully this isn't
Go.
too much.
No, go for it.
Look over at the sword. And since it's been laying down by the fire, I'll say that Ollie sort of like picks up the sword, and without really showing it to both Galatea and Fig, he like shows it to you, and you see on the sword your writing is now glowing in like a bright ember red. Like your writing is like now sort of like coming out from the sword.
Yeah,
then-
I think she lights up, and then for a second she sort of like doesn't turn her head, but does just a little like move to the eyes side to side to make sure no one clocked her reaction, and then she'll lean in more slowly to look at it more closely.
Ollie's holding it in front of you, and he goes, "Do you see this?"
What is it? Are you doing this?
I am not. This is of your doing.
I
You ever-
don't think so.
You spoke of. Go ahead.
I'm not doing anything right now.
As the lightning crackles, the gems
Yeah.
or the writing like glows vibrant, sort of like ember red.
Yeah, and I think she jumps a little bit and then steadies herself. Like, you think this is the spirit?
think-
The spirits?
I think this is your doing. It's always been you're doing.
Okay.
You mean to sacrifice yourself? And you see at this point, Ollie is kind of like, he's doing a thing where he's holding the sword, but he's not letting go of it. And he is getting closer to you, but like with a tone of desperation.
Yeah.
And he's,
I'm sorry for
All right.
for this, but
All right.
you must see this through. You must not use this.
I must see this through. What does that mean to you?
You have to. Listen, I've tried my best to protect you all this time. I cannot simply let you die like this.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember that every time in our journey that we've ever done anything, there's always been a point where Ollie protects the three of you and himself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But there is always a much more intense follow through of that protection when it comes to you.
Yeah.
But it is not out of adoration or any sort of loving feeling, but there is definitely you have escaped many situations because Ollie stepped in.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
And he looks to you and he goes,
May I tell you something?
Of course.
They're seeking you out. The Forsaken Sight has their eyes on you. I knew the minute we met, I had seen you somewhere. And now at this time, I find myself piecing it together. Remember how in the past I've mentioned that the storm acts like a hive mind? Because it means to connect each and every single one of the people of this land to the site. But you, the storm wants you.
Okay. What does it want with me?
It needs you to carry out its plan. True sight from these forsaken individuals was not sought after by the normal array of vision. There must always be three. And do you remember some time ago I told you,
and you remember that sometime I explained to you that the eye of the storm is not only a literal eye of the storm, but there is something within it that's being controlled. Something is controlling the eye, and it is two individuals that I've never been able to
see.
They need a third. One keen of mind and one true of spirit. And I'm sorry, but you cannot perish. You must see this through.
And you see my eyes, they turn blue, and they remain like a solid blue, and my voice begins to sort of like double, and it's almost like two voices within. Along will come a child, and the child shall be forsaken, emptied, and abandoned. And I say this sort of like outside of like my own body type of thing.
Yeah.
This child will carry out its purpose to completion,
This child will feel abandoned. This child will seek out hope. And in that hope, we will find what remains. The truest of sight. And then I say to you, that is you, Calliope. That is you. I've always meant to keep you safe. Up until this moment. And I am sorry. But you must be the one to do this. To ensure that the storm lingers on. My eyes shoot back. And then I go, don't believe me, Calliope, please. This is the mind trying to control. The thunder rolling in sort of more intensely now. I always meant to protect you because you are my friend, nothing more. My eyes shoot back to blue. Calliope, we need you. And then my eyes shoot back to normal, and then I sort of like stumble to the ground.
And I think, yeah, she'll kind of half try to catch you and also kind of go to the ground a bit because you're so much bigger than her.
Sure.
You were Stormsworn.
Always have been. Always will be.
Do you remember what your previous masters, what you just said, what they just said through you? Can you remember that?
Bits and pieces, I don't recall most of it. What they have laid out before this world is beyond us. But you are meant to live on. You are meant to join them. To be part of this forsaken site.
Which is why I have to sacrifice myself. Because if I am taken, then they'll have what they need. And all of you, I don't want to leave any of you. I don't want to die, but anyone else dying would be a senseless death, a waste. It wouldn't fix anything. And that is kind of a good waypoint. Because of our disagreement.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. That was just so good. I was like, yeah, we're just talking.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
And she's like, I have to take myself off the board. Unfortunately.
Secret point. That was my secret to you.
Incredible. I love that. That was.
Do we hear that, or was that like a private combo?
I'll say that it's like it tries to be private, but then naturally goes into.
But then
like
when you start like T-posing and yelling,
yeah, when I'm just like, let's go, dude. Exactly. Yeah. 100%.
When you become like the announcer for the storm, then it's like, yeah, that I don't really have volume
microphone
control
comes down from the
on that.
heavens when I grab it. Yes.
Yeah, I think Calliope tries to keep it more private of like what she's saying to you. Because it is more directed at you. Because
sure.
We've had this conversation before, and then it's just this very sad moment of you being taken over by a host who's like, you have to live, and then you as my friend being like, you have to live because you're my friend, and it's like, I can't for reasons that, like the thing that just possessed you.
Right. Cool.
Because I understood that correctly, right?
Yes.
Like the storm wants me to live to be the third.
Yeah, there's something about you. Yeah. And I was gonna say, wait, hold up. Who has asked the question? You asked the question to Fig, right?
Mm-hmm. So far this round, that's it.
Yeah, but y'all have flashback yet?
Right. So I'm gonna ask you, Calliope.
Go for it.
When you're sort of there telling me all this, I say to you, how do I want to word this? Sorry.
No, you're good.
I had it and then I lost it. Okay. Did your parents ever tell you what they were seeking out in the storm?
I think you just see like kind of a scowl come onto her face, and in that flashback, yeah, we go back to like a very young Calliope when like her parents were very open with her about their knowledge and their research, and then as she got older, them growing more distant, and up until the point when they left, them being like increasingly secretive, and then like when the magisters would have meetings on like research from, they wouldn't go, and just sort of distancing themselves from the society. And like it's a montage through her brain of just now in retrospect all of these little warning signs. And even like if we wanted to roleplay something, we could do like the stories they would tell her would slowly start to change, of like maybe there's like hidden power to be found or something like that.
Yeah, because the storm was always there. Your parents, like it's not sort of insinuating that your parents are the eye of the storm, but it's just one of those things. Yeah. If I may, could I add to your flashback, if that's okay?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, can we say that in one of those flashbacks, your when your parents spoke to you about, unknown power and this potential that could be, sought after, and the possibility of ending the storm, there was something perhaps that maybe your parents always told you these stories, but secretly they would say to themselves, it's never ending. We'll never find a solution for this. You know that this storm is just going to keep rolling past, and there will never be an end. You know this. What we are doing means leaving Calliope alone.
Yeah, we can even say like that was her mother, and like she overheard that in like a room one day.
And then your father saying, it is beyond us. It's in our blood.
Yeah.
By a jolt of lightning that sort of cuts the scene.
Cooking.
Let him cook now.
Let him cook.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry, my brain, I got lost in that, and I was like, what did my parents ever tell me anything else? It was my father's idea to leave, pursue the power. They never told me. They left without telling me, but I overheard some things and pieced it together in retrospect, but he saw it as an inevitable, and that they might as well grab what power they could. My mother knew there were risks. She had worked with the land and the spirits her whole life. She knew it wouldn't go over well, and she tried to dissuade him, but in the end he won her over, and he was confident enough that they could withstand it and be different, that she went with him, fool as she was. So, no, it wasn't much other than my father's fanciful dreams of what the power could give him.
As we're sort of on the ground talking to each other, I'll say that Ollie's probably still holding onto the sword. And then he like hands it to you.
And she'll take it.
And you let me know do you think at any point in our adventures there was you acknowledging the blue lightning in my veins or anything like that?
I think she just had the moment where she realized you were also.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, cool. I think like she's definitely seen it.
Okay.
And been like incredibly curious, but it's also one of those things of like, you are quite private about a lot of things, and especially like she knows Ollie well enough to know that there are things that will make him clam up quite easily, and so she's just never asked because she didn't want to make you uncomfortable.
Okay.
And then like in that moment when you literally got possessed in front of her, she's like, cool, now I just know what this is and I can comfortably say that you are in fact Stormsworn. But yeah, like no, she's been clocking that shit for a long time.
Okay.
She's just like, I don't want to be rude and insensitive.
Being polite.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Good. Passive perception up the roof.
It's so hard to not be like, I'm fighting for my life. Roll perception and insight.
I think
then I'll say that
draw a card, by the way.
Oh yes, thank you. So this card that I draw, I give to.
You can give, or you can keep it, and then you have to give another card to Mariah.
Yeah. So you can either give that card to me, or you can give another card in your hand to me and keep that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Saw you tuck that red card away.
But I'll say then
We're all
that
self-sacrificing bitches in this house.
when I give you the sword, and now you hold it with these sort of like symbols now glowing. When you hold on to the sword, all of my veins turn vibrant red, and I squirm in pain.
And she would put it down.
And I mean, if you want to play with it, Alejandra, I'll say that you probably get a touch of that too. Not as painful as mine, but like ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she would put it down and just kind of squeeze your hand and nod.
I think if I can, since y'all had that semi-private but less private moment, and then I feel this like whatever. I think I'll pull Fig aside. And in kind of an almost semi-conspiratory pull aside, as I'm like eyeing the exchange that's happening. Fig, you're good at stealing things.
Yeah.
And we're both on the same page about Calliope self-sacrificing, aren't we?
Yeah. I think it's dumb.
You think you can get that sword back when the moment comes?
I can try. I certainly can try.
I'd appreciate it.
You know, if you make it, I think you're gonna... I'm sorry for before. I think you're gonna be a good leader.
That honestly means the world coming from you.
Yeah.
And I will try to be better. I will do better than those that came before. I promise you that. We'll have a fresh start.
Yeah.
But we have to hope for that fresh start. We can't give it up.
Yeah.
For Vera. For the rest of them. That's for everyone. Including Miss Self-Sacrificing.
Let's go see what that was about.
I think I know.
We all
As she's just like itching at her neck and
little.
Yeah.
It's a little warm.
Yeah.
everything all right over here?
Yeah, I think Calliope's still like holding your hand in like both of hers and like, yeah, everything's fine.
Ollie, are you okay?
A bit of a stumble, Your Highness. My apologies.
And he gets up and sort of like dusts himself. But there is like a touch of weakness, I'll say. Like he's not standing as straight as he normally would, but he's kind of like still there.
Yeah, I think Calliope would take that sword and like she doesn't have a sword belt on, but she would just sort of slip it through the leather belt she's
got
wearing.
robes and she's like, I'll just put this in my
right here.
Yeah, just put this in my bra. She was like put it through her,
my bra folding.
It, like literally, yeah, like the guard on it will just sort of sit in her. So I know it's a loose weapon, but it's fine.
Pause. Just want to figure out who still has to ask a question this round. Me and...
It looks like... I mean, I think anyone can really ask. It just has to make sure it goes to Jose or me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would have to...
Uh-huh.
Or I guess it can be Jose and I.
To each other, yeah. It's just
each other.
Yeah, because Jim,
To
you and
even
I
it
have four cards,
Mhm.
Yeah.
so we're good.
Yeah. But who hasn't asked one this round? Just other than me, because I know I haven't asked one this one.
Ollie and
I think
Jim,
I haven't.
yeah, because
Yeah. You're muted.
Jose, we
Jose.
can't hear you.
Sorry. I think it's Alejandra because Alejandra participated in Gems that was asked by Mariah.
Yes.
So I think it's
Mhm.
asking a question, Gem and Alejandra.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And
Got it.
while we're out of character, Fig knows that does Fig know that you're like ex Stormsworn, that you are ex
Me?
Stormsworn? No,
I don't
Galatea.
think Fig has had that conversation yet. And I didn't have a whole T-pose moment. Like,
Does not become a sound machine for the storm.
did not
yet.
become a sound machine for the storm. No.
Just wait.
Yeah,
But
but
the night is young.
the only thing I could say is maybe in that moment that me and Ollie had, you saw like the reciprocating flash.
Yeah.
In my own eyes.
I think between that and just now when you were like, I think I know what it's about, and I think I would have clocked your little like reaction.
Yeah.
I think it'll make sense for my flashback if I figure it out.
Okay.
But before we regroup with the group, I have a scene for you.
Hit me.
Yeah. You know, I like to pretend that I'm fine and everything's just a game, but I gotta be honest, I'm scared. I thinking about tomorrow, I'm scared. I'm actually fucking scared. And like, I'm thinking back at my life and like, yeah, it was fun. I fucked around a lot, but what the fuck was it all for? Like, what did I really do? What am I leaving behind? Did my life mean anything? Like, if I die tomorrow, did any of it even matter? I'm scared.
Fear is good.
Do you remember how it felt when you lost yourself?
You're always a little too perceptive for my liking. Yeah, I think for this scene there are no NPCs. I think we're in like a war-torn battlefield where bodies are piled so high that you can't see the ground anymore. They're so tight together. And there's maybe a scattered couple soldiers being cut down left and right. And she's facing a Forsworn that looks particularly larger than the others, with a heavy sword that she recognizes. And she loses a bit of her nerve as she looks at what remains of her father. And in that one moment where she could have struck true, she hesitated for just 1 second too long. And his sword cleaves clean through the center of her chest and pins her to the ground. And he lets the sword go with zero hesitation, and then just picks up another and walks straight past her like it was nothing to cleave the next soldier behind her. And she loses herself in that moment. She feels death creep and is just looking up at that roaring sky and the lightning. And as she fades, there's one clean bolt that strikes the hilt, and her body convulses as she joins the hive and pulls the sword out of herself and walks in formation with the rest of the hive behind her father. And she comes back to that. It's scary. Oh my. I think the worst is feeling like you're alone out there. But I think if you had no fear, that means you didn't have a life worth living. You're afraid to lose the things that matter, the experiences that matter, the people that matter. If you had no fear, I would be worried, Fig. I can't say it would ever be easy, but I'm sure there's plenty of people that you've touched within their lives and people that have touched your own that matter. And as long as I can stand, I can promise you, you won't be alone. And she kind of like holds your hand.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to draw my card now. Ooh.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Does having 5 cards mean, like, you know, if it determines if you live or die by like if there's 3 out of 2 or something? Because if we have even amounts of cards and someone has 2 blacks and 2 reds,
There's still an option of trading cards.
okay,
That
Okay.
happens.
Got it. Then we'll figure that out when we get there.
Mm-hmm. We're almost there.
Cool.
All right. Back to the fire.
Is it my turn to ask?
Mm-hmm. That's one more.
I'm trying to think.
To baby Ollie.
Baby Ollie.
The lightning baby.
here, just being possessed by the storm.
Just dealing with that. Rude of the storm to do that on your last night alive. Like
Rude of the storm to do that on your last night. Honestly,
what a honestly, what a bummer.
What a bummer. I think as everyone else is kind of settling, and we've come back to you, and you're telling her you've taken a stumble. Okay. She kind of extends her hand out to you to help you up and brings you up. And I imagine like Fig and Calliope settle back at the fire. Mm-hmm. And she'll kind of look at you. Would you spar with me one last time?
Kind of gives you a look like, at this time.
You never want to get too rusty.
Very well. If that is what you ask, then a sparring session you will receive.
And he draws out that half blade.
And she'll take out her broadsword. And as she kind of is standing at the ready, she'll ask, do you remember the last time we did this? Flashback.
Ooh. Okay, huh. Do you envision this in a I don't know. That's so interesting.
Or actually, I'll phrase it this way. Do you remember the first time we did this?
Ooh, okay, there you go. That's kind of what I was trying to get at, where it's like, okay, what are we tone-wise, what are we talking about? Sure. Do we Okay, we'll fuck around with this. You see, oh man. So if I'm following this correctly to connect the threads, yeah, I'll say that some time passes as we are part of the Stormsworn, but I am no longer attached to the hive mind, but I also don't know what else to do, so I just sort of keep on doing my thing. And there we go. What does Galatea say in her mind in this
in the
hive state of being?
I think she says the same thing Ollie does. The father, I'm scared.
Okay. Cool. I'll say that I sort of like wander over and it's like a sea of us just sort of like going from one town to the next. And I grab onto your shoulder and I sort of whisper in your ear,
you need to snap out of this. Whatever you are, whatever you did, there is a light. I have seen it. Believe in my voice. Find it.
And I'll say that in this moment, you are still very much in it. And I'll say that Ollie takes out his sword and he like,
forgive me.
And he like slashes at your arm just to make like a cut, at least to get your attention. And then I'll say that then you feel that. And then you can, how did you respond to that? I'll say.
Do you think that breaks me out of it yet?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, I think then it's still the hive like instinctual drive to fight, and like as soon as she's been hurt, it's kind of like that shift of like registering you as enemy.
Okay.
And she swings with that giant like broadsword that is her father's in your direction.
Okay. And then that sort of begins this like, okay, and he like, parries and he tries to get your attention because he's trying to like kind of take you away from the main cluster of individuals who are still passing us through as you're like swinging this broadsword and just trying to hack at me. And then I get to a point where I'm just kind of like, I can hear your thoughts. I know you are broken. I know that you have missed something, and I know that you're missing someone. I was the same. I was just like you. Now please snap out of it. And he parries off again. And then I'll say that you hear this sort of thundering, enigmatic, sort of ethereal voice.
The weak cannot see. Your purpose lies with us, Latea. Queen.
Strike him down. And then at that moment, you like take your sword and you're like about to hack me. And then I just sort of like hold on to the sword. I'm doing that thing where I'm putting pressure, but your strength is like overpowering. You tell me what you want to do from that point, or what you're sort of feeling, or whatever. Yeah.
No, yeah, I think like there is some moments of like your words are hitting and there's a little bit of register, but then there does seem to be like another wave of that like hive, like drawing her back in. And yeah, I think she's like pushing down on you with that giant broadsword, and then there's just like little moments of the red lightning like registering. Like the harder she pushes down on you, the more red happens and the more she's cracking like out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then as that's sort of happening, and I can see that too, I sort of, for the first time, I'm really seeing this like other part where you're beginning to come in and out of it.
I will say you can see that like in the armor that she presently has, there's that gash central like to her chest, and you can see the marks of like where lightning struck her.
Okay. Then I'll say that when you bring your sword, or as we're still pressing on and I take notice of this, I just sort of say,
I don't know you. You have no reason to believe me, and I know that the voices are overpowering you. I know that you feel stuck. It's like an endless bridge. No horizon. Just endless. A void, a fog, a mist. Beckons to you. But it means to do more harm than good. And you seem like you are
worthy. And I'll say that then your blade begins to press in. And as it begins to press further into my shoulder,
I'm like, I hope that for what it is, you'll be able to find the strength to snap out of it.
And then I sort of let go of the sword, and as you drive it fully into my shoulder, and you sort of like press up, your lightning just, it like shatters your chest. And all of a sudden that warm feeling takes over you, and you feel sort of like completely snapped out of it, with some remaining sort of like lightning blue that's like around your arms, but you sort of find more center as when I'll say that you take it from here, like when you wake up, you essentially have your sword completely embedded into me. And I'm just kind of like,
I'm sorry. And she like gets it out of your shoulder, and I think she's like collapsed like on top of you, and she's like pushing pressure on your shoulder, and she's just kind of like blinking, and she's like, I'm sorry.
It's okay. He grabs your hand and he goes, come with me. And then we both run in the opposite direction. And that's what we'll cut.
Perfect.
Yeah. Alrighty, last card.
Last card.
RBB.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now, the game doesn't say this, but I think you make a good point about even number cards.
Yeah.
So to add a little bit of extra stress to our game, I want us all to openly draw one last card. I will go around in a circle, and
Oh, cool.
you don't give this one. You just keep it in your thing. But we're also looking for more face cards because we only had 2. So
Okay.
want to up the
I
stakes.
just got a face card.
You did?
Yep.
Okay. Marks off another.
Keys.
I'm sorry.
I did not get a face card.
I did not get a face card.
I did not get a face card. All right.
Funny enough, I got a queen.
That's
Cool.
awesome.
Narrative.
That bitch.
Oh, man. All right. With that final flashback, we bring the game to a halt one last time as we enter the end game. The dark dawn has come, and now we can see the Stormsworn with our own eyes. It's time for battle. Everyone will give one detail about the moments before the fighting starts, and then we'll go through the battle chronicle. We'll read one line on the battle chronicle for each face card on the table, and after each one, we'll have the opportunity to trade cards using your destiny points. You can spend your destiny points to offer another player one of your cards in exchange for one of theirs of the opposite color. Whichever of you starts with the black card decides whether or not the trade goes ahead, and if it does, cross off that star box. That's really confusing wording. I'll get to it when we finish reading this box. But once all of the marked lines on the battle chronicle have been read and the last trade has been made, the characters whose cards are mostly black will survive, and those whose cards are mostly red will die. If you give someone a black card, describe your character helping them during battle. And if you give someone a red card, you should describe your character making things worse. Save at least one black card for yourself if you want the heroes to win the battle, or at least one red card if you want them to lose. So, in layman's terms, we are going to start by giving one last description. We're taking our defenses. We're giving one last description of the battle. I'll read a little thing before that. And then we will go through line by line of the battle chronicle. We only have had 3 face cards, so we only have 3 lines to read. I'll read the first line and then pause. And if you have any destiny points, you can use those to trade cards. So, say I read the first line of the battle chronicle. If you have a destiny point you want to use, you can offer a black card, and the person you offer it to has to take it and give you a red card in return. Or you can offer them a red card, and it's up to the receiver to either accept that card or refuse it. If they accept it, they have to give you a black card in return.
Interesting.
Wow.
So if the go ahead.
Sorry. No.
If
I'm
the
getting ahead of
exchange goes ahead, and you describe how your character's actions affect both of their chances of survival at that point in the battle. Any questions before we start?
I might be slightly confused. So yeah, scooping it into my brain. So the person that gives the black card will decide if the trade.
You use your point. Yeah, you use your point, and if you give a black card, then somebody has to return to you a red card.
Yeah.
Got it.
But if you give a red card, then that person can refuse it, but then that other person has to give you a black card?
If they refuse it, the trade doesn't happen.
Oh,
the destiny
gotcha.
point
Okay.
is still spent. Yeah.
But the destiny point spent. Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Gotcha,
Interesting.
gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
What I don't
And where's the battle
understand-
chronicle stuff?
I have it on the setting sheet. We only have 3 marked off, so you only have 3 chances to change the course of
Yeah,
battle.
I don't know if we can see the battle chronicle stuff.
It's
I think that
on
might be a GM thing. Oh no, there it is.
in-
I lied. It's right there. Yep.
The only thing that I'm confused about is what if you try to offer a black card and the person doesn't have any red cards?
Ooh, interesting.
Can we make a house rule that doesn't count?
Wouldn't it be the same as returning it? Right? Like
I
sort of
guess.
saying,
Yeah, or like if you offered a red card and it was refused.
yeah, I
Or
would
I
say
guess
maybe.
you could just trade like another black card if that was all you had.
No.
Interesting.
Do we want it to still count as a destiny point if it's a black and the person doesn't have a red?
Yeah, I think so. Hold it to the same stand. I would say hold it to the same standard. You spend a destiny point whether you're giving a black card or a red card.
Mm-hmm. Because you're
Sounds
still
good.
trying to affect the game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Are we ready to jump into the final
Yeah.
battle?
So. Can someone tell me the page number for the?
It's on the character sheet. The other one that's just like a bunch of boxes that we tick off.
Yeah.
It's on the bottom right corner.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No,
you're good. I thought the same
manual.
thing. I was like, what am I looking at?
So I'm not reading everything too. I'll start by setting the scene for the battle. Then we'll go around and ask everyone to describe one detail. And then the three of you, each of you will read one of the battle chronicles.
Okay.
If you have the setting sheet in front of you.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So the Stormsworn are in sight of Castle Iriya, and it's time to take your positions for the defense. Let that sink in. And we're going to go around one last time and ask everyone to describe one detail of the last few moments before these two great forces join in their final battle, just like we did at the beginning of the game to describe the scene in Castle Iriya. We'll start with Galatea.
I think Galatea is mounted, fully armored, with her father's broadsword. And she's doing that thing where you run across the front lines, and she's giving an oration about how this is it. This is humanity's last stand. We either take back or we have nothing. We either save our families or there is nothing. And I think you can see her take the center point as they're facing the path down, and they know that once they hit a certain point, they're going to be hit with just a wave of Stormsworn, and it's her job to help cleave a path to the castle, to her home. And I think that's what her thing is.
Calliope.
I think Calliope is partially armored, like she has like a breastplate on. She doesn't fully wear armor, so it's like today's not the day to start. And she is behind those initial sort of spear point front lines, but she is just standing on the ground, so she sort of has that connection to the earth. And just sort of doing that where she's half in a meditation and she's half listening and watching the people around her and waiting to see what that initial trading of blows turns into.
Do you have the sword?
Yes. She has gotten a sword belt now. She's managed to it's strapped to her back like a normal person.
Ollie.
I'll say that as Galatea sort of like mounts up like a center point, standing or riding proud, noble, and strong. I sort of flash back to the sparring fight, and it's this kind of thing where you're always trying to like best me. And what I'm really just doing is allowing for this moment to just exist. I'm putting up some defense, but I'm really also not caring if you hit me or not. Every now and then you like tapped my shoulder. But there is this kind of moment where I just like, I look at you, I look at Fig, I look at Calliope. And then as I'm walking up to you in the next day, when you're on your steed, I take out the long sword that's snapped in half. I sort of ready my cape, and I unbuckle it, and I cast it out. And there you see just the back of my armor is just completely overturned with like scarring of lightning and thunder. I look at Fig, and I go, "Are you ready?"
Born ready. Fig is considered a hero, mounted up on a much smaller horse than Galatea, but a small, quick black horse, ready to dive in, jump off, and start slashing. With her, she's got her daggers at her side. She's ready to go. She looks around at her friends, sees Galatea doing a rousing speech, keeping an eye on, looking behind her, and keeping an eye to see where Calliope is. And while she's looking around, you all hear a very mournful bird song from the air. As since it's dawn, the nightingales are still out, and you see one bird fly over your army towards Andar, singing its sad song. And who wants to read the first part of the battle chronicle?
So we can step in and use a destiny point after any of these are read, correct? Like anyone can. Okay.
Yeah, we pause after each one.
Okay.
Okay.
Do y'all want me to read the first one?
Go for it.
Okay.
I would like to read the third one if it's all the same.
This bitch.
Listen, I work hard to make this house a home.
Yeah, sure you do. I have the Queen of Clubs. Does that matter? As to like what I read? I just pick one.
No. You read the first
You go from the
one,
top down.
Yeah.
Oh, you go from the top down.
Yeah, because they get
Okay.
worse as you go.
Gross.
But we only have 3.
So not too bad. Could have
Not
been
too bad.
worse.
Honestly, not too bad.
Could have been worse.
Oh, yeah.
The Stormsworn mass at our gates in numbers that dwarf our own, and our army trembles.
Anyone want to use a point now?
I do. Galatea, give me one of them red cards that I know you got.
Do I have to give it?
Yes, you do.
Because you're trading a black
I'm trading
one?
a black.
A black for a red. Stupid.
Dang it. Get in the. There we go. And I will say, like, this. I think how this assistance from Calliope works out is she sort of, as she grounds herself and casts her awareness out, she's able to sort of pinpoint where each of her friends are on the battlefield. And so as in that initial clash of the Stormsworn and our forces that Galatea is at the center of, I think there is like a Stormsworn coming in also with a broadsword that would have sort of cut her horse's legs out from under her and sent her rolling. And a very controlled cyclone of wind just blows that sword off the mark. So it misses you.
Can I add to that?
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, that activates, so to put you more in danger, that activates some sense that now they know where you are.
Yeah, I like that.
Is that a mechanic? Or is that just a flavor?
I mean, so if you're trading to get a red card. If you
Then-
give a black
That means
card,
the
Yeah, yeah.
something bad
storm
happens
has
to you.
like
It has a negative effect on me,
Yeah.
which like
Yeah, so
she is
you-
behind.
Yeah, exactly.
They know where I am, but like she is behind
Yeah.
the lines, right?
Mhm.
Galatea
She's
gets
not
the help from the black card,
Yes.
but then
Yes.
Calliope gets something negative because of the red card. Got
Yeah.
it. Cool.
They know that she can affect things, and they know where she is.
Nice.
Okay, well, actually, I can.
Anyone
read
else
either
want to
one
use a
of
card? We're all waiting.
Yeah.
them.
because we have only 3.
But question. So then,
Mhm.
mark. So then, do we have to mark? Like some of these things just happen because we have face cards. Like on the top, it says mark 2 boxes for the first.
Yeah, I've already marked them.
Oh, gotcha.
We only had 3 face cards the whole game, so we only go to the first 3, and that's the end of the battle.
Oh, I see. I thought it
But-
was like these things happen.
Points
I
that
see.
we earned for the secret or the disagreement, then we
Mhm.
can use those as a resource to give a card.
Gotcha.
And I only have 1 because I never did
Yeah.
a secret.
Cool.
Great.
Actually, I will use a card this round, I guess, in reaction to that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna do a little samey tradesy. So give me one of your fucking reds. Because I think in that same, again, being the general, being at the front of the line, and reading the battle the whole time and trying to make calls and shouts as to like the formation of things. I think once she registers, like she knows where you're being hidden in that mass of soldiers, and when she sees the Stormsworn shift like a tide towards where you're at, she like fully makes a call to have like a volley of arrows come from the opposite direction. And then she is like screaming a taunt at the horde. And gallops in that direction to distract them.
Cool. This really is a game of chicken with these destiny points, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yes.
We're just there like,
I'm trying to fucking call my sniper shot out here.
yeah. Okay.
And that's my move.
Do we want me to read the second one? Or, because I guess it doesn't really matter.
Go for it.
So the Stormsworn tear rifts in our walls and flood through the grounds of Castle Iriya. So
I will go ahead and give I have 2 points, so I'm gonna use 1 point to give Calliope a black card. I'll take one of those red cards.
rude. Y'all are rude.
We both as people want you to live, and as Stormsworn want you to live.
Be angsty, mom.
I'll say that as the like storms will come by, I draw my sword and I sort of like hold it up to my chest and I go, "Father, guide me." Then I just start slashing away until I see this like group of them coming in the direction of Calliope. And then I take the sword, and since it's much smaller, I just throw it across. And it just embeds into the head of one of the Stormsworn. But then I'm left defenseless. As from behind, one of them just pierces, maybe not some vital organ, but like pierces through. And then I sort of manage to push them away. And then I hold on to my side as it's just now bleeding profusely. That's it for me.
I think I'll do my second point here in reaction to that. I will give one of my black cards to Jose.
I'll reject it.
I don't
You
think
can't
you
reject the
can.
black card.
You can't.
You can only reject the red card.
You gotta take it. Take that help.
So then what, I give you a red card?
You give me a red, yes.
Okay.
You thought it was a
Um,
TTRPG. It's therapy. We're gonna accept
Yeah,
help tonight.
It's working.
It's working. I think what happens here, and again, because we talked about this, and I really want to make sure this gets in. I think we're like fighting on almost opposite sides of the ranks. But I see the glint of a sword being tossed, and then it draws my attention, and I see you get stabbed, and I have my horse race across the line, and I think what Calliope tried to prevent before happens, and I get tossed off my horse, but I'm there with you, as there's a group of Stormsworn that have broken into the formation, and I just reach out for your hand, and as we clasp hands together, we both look out at the group of Stormsworn and let out that torrent of chain lightning that tears through that group, but has now created like a vacuum for more to come in.
Cool. I'll say that as that happens, there is like a sort of like a residual lightning-like energy that's like coursing through the two of us, and like my eyes are sort of like almost like static, blinking between the blue and my normal brown eyes, and they're just sort of like blinking through, and then I look at you, and I'll say that because of your sacrifice, maybe you have more of the lightning now is coursing faster and faster through you, and I just sort of let out like a no.
And I think she's standing there like holding your hand but facing the horde, and I think that her hair is again like lightning and like wisping out from her, and that lightning is coursing all the way up her arms and like enveloping her eyes, as she's also now just like there's nothing that remains of her normal irises. It's just blue crackling lightning.
Got it. Okay. Damn.
Yeah. Last one.
Calliope, I think you wanted to read that one.
I read the second one.
Jim.
Are you sure? You don't want a chance to read one?
No, go for it.
Okay. The Stormsworn target the sword, and we lose something precious in the fight to defend it.
So my idea for this is, I think Calliope sees that something like I will use my last point to switcheroo back again with Ale. I'll give you a black card, and I'll just say like when that
Give me back my queen, you bitch.
Like as more Stormsworn rush in, I think she sends there's this like run amount of like erupting earth that comes and sorts like trip them and trap some of them to slow their like approach to you, but it also provides a direct line to where she is. And then as some of them do rush her and use their own lightning, I think she's able to keep hold of the sword, but the clashing of their sort of lightning and that strange red burning light that's now emanating from those runes, I think it blinds her. Like she loses her vision permanently.
Oh, wow. Then I'll say that as that's happening, I'll use my last one. And I see Fig handling her own but then in the middle of the sort of battle is Galatea and Calliope, and that sort of shift continues to happen. You know, what is the draw of destiny? What is my purpose in all of this? To help a friend, or to be a part of the storm? And then in that moment, I sort of go towards Calliope, but then I hear my father's voice, and he says,
"The oath you take to your fellow soldiers is much more than just words on paper, more than words on the wind. They bind you. Your oath is everything you have, son. So whenever you take one, be true. Strike true."
and I just sort of like hesitate when I see Calliope and you blind, and then I see Galatea, and I'm gonna give you a black card
Give me.
to Galatea.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I think like Calliope's still like she screams, you can tell, but like I don't know if anyone's close enough to tell that like her eyes are bleeding or whatever. But
Oh, okay, then I'll say that I just see the like blood or something coming from your or whatever it is. Like I see the screaming. I'll say more than anything.
yeah, so like you know something happened, but I don't know that
something happened.
either of you would know
Right.
that she was blinded. Yeah, and like she's still kind of weirdly moving. I think the spirits are sort of echolocating her about.
Come over here.
But
Yeah.
basically, yeah.
Yeah. And it's just that moment where when I rush over to you, I sort of...
It's that halting. Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember Calliope just basically saying, like, no, if I go, then this is over. And then there's that pull for me where it's like, but if you go, then the storm can't complete its purpose. And then I sort of turn back as I begin to, like, hack down a bunch of Stormsworn that are, like, by Galatea. And as like I continue slashing through, an arrow pierces my back, and then another, and another, and another. And I still stand as the arrows are piercing my back, and I just with like spewing blood out of my mouth. This is my turn.
I'm gonna use my only point. I've been stabby McStab on the attack. And when I hear Calliope scream, I remember that private conversation I had with Galatea. Said I was going to try to steal that sword.
I think whenever Calliope screams, you can also... I think Galatea is like losing herself to this lightning, and she's just doing she's embracing that power to hold off the horde for the enemy at this point. And she's losing herself in it, but she hears like Calliope's scream like pierce through that, and she just screams Fig.
Yeah. So Fig gets back on her mount, bolts to where Calliope has created that open area, swoops up behind, and with a sleight of hand gets that sword right out, and I give you a black card for a red.
Me?
Yep.
Okay.
And bitch blind. You don't even know who took it.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah, she
you
has
don't need
no
to
way.
roll.
She has no way of knowing.
Yeah.
Oops.
And because
Please.
because I now have that sword, I'm now being targeted by the Stormsworn.
Mm-hmm.
That's my turn. Does anyone else have any points?
I used my 2.
So did I.
All right.
Thankfully, that's all the
Now
face
what?
cards.
Yeah, that's
For
a
real.
really short...
Reading the rest of them, I'm like, that's rough, buddy.
It gets bad real quick. Yeah, it gets
It's real
super
bad.
not chill quite quickly.
We lucked out. All right. Once you've read all of the marked lines on the battle chronicle and dealt with the card exchanges the players want to make, it's time to decide how it all ends. Count up the cards each player has in front of them. More black cards means the character survives the battle. More red cards mean the character died in the defense of Castle Iriya and the world. But what did their sacrifice mean? We can start and go in the order we've been going, and you can, yeah, actually, that's great. Put it out in front of you in this virtual. Oh,
You
okay.
sneaky.
Okay, to tell the audience. Galatea has 3 black cards and 2 red. Calliope has 4 black cards and 1 red. Fig has 3 black cards and 2 red. And Ollie has 1 black card and 4 red. All right.
I see all of you.
Ow.
I'll just throw in this for flavor, but I see all of you like coming by and getting at the ready, and then I just muster the last of my strength to keep taking down the Stormsworn, and I hack away, and I keep trying to get you guys to like a point in the center where you're like at least behind me. But at this point, they're all just coming towards you, Fig, because of the sword.
Mm-hmm.
So then I just slash away, and then at that point, I turn around and I see the 3 of you. And then I go, there it is. And as I let go of the sword, and all the Stormsworn come in my direction. You see that same, and my entire self just in like a chain lightning. It connects all of the sort of most closest Stormsworn, and they all drop. And then what remains is just a charred back of my head, no hair. And I just drop to one knee. And I fall to the ground.
All that's left now is to decide how the story ends. We'll each gather up our cards, and then we'll pick one in secret. So the way we're going to do this here is put your cards back into your virtual hand. Great. And let me finish reading. Don't give me the card yet, but let me finish reading first. I lost the page. Pick one card in secret. Choose a black card if you think the world should be saved, and a red card if you think the Stormsworn should win. We'll gather all those cards together and then pick one from the pile of at random. If it's black, the heroes will triumph, but if it's red, they lose and all hope is lost. And then the players whose cards are mostly red are going to tell us how things end for their character, which I think we already have, but you might have more to add. Whether the battle is won or lost, those characters will not make it through. Are their ends heroic or tragic? Show us their final moments. Lastly, the players whose cards were mostly black will narrate a little flash forward each to some moment after the battle or later in their characters' lives. Tell us how things turn out for the people who survived. Perhaps the future is full of suffering or tinged with regret, or perhaps it's hopeful and celebratory. Whether your character lives or dies, make this final epilogue a good ending to their story, as this is the last part of the game. Once we're done with this closing bit, we've finished playing. So the way we're going to do this, decide if the battle is won or not, and the outcome, is in this virtual deck. I want you to, without flipping it, I'm going to be the only one who knows what cards people did because I'm going to shuffle physical cards. So I want you to choose your card and just put it in my hand.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So nobody else sees it, but I'll see it.
Okay.
So I can know what to...
Just drag straight into Jem's hand.
Yeah.
I messed it up. My bad.
You're so
I knew I was gonna mess it up. I have dexterity is not my highest stat.
So I'm missing one card.
I also don't have a mouse, so.
Oh. Did
I
everyone
give
put
you
a
one.
card in their hand?
I gave you mine.
I also gave you mine.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Do you want us to message you which card we gave you?
Oh wait, no. I can't count.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
All right. I have the corresponding colors of cards. I'm gonna shuffle. Black card.
Nice.
Nice.
That means
Nice.
we defeat the Stormsworn. Thing. Once you know the outcome, it can't be changed. Decide together what this victory looks like during the battle and for the future of the world. So if we want to decide together what it looks like, or if we want to just jump into our epilogues and decide through our epilogues what the world looks like together.
I think for at least the battle, especially at the site of Ollie's sacrifice for the three of us, I think that, like, seeing that Fig has the sword, Calliope is currently blinded, Galatea kind of like has you help guide Calliope behind her, and she's like crackling with that lightning, and she is with that broadsword basically like doing berserker attacks of lightning that are cleaving like paths through. Seeing what Ollie did gives her a semblance of some knowledge of how she can harness this power to break through all of this horde and guide you to the eye of the storm. And that's at least my part for how we start. That starts shifting the battle in our favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think like
We win, but
yeah, I think Calliope is very much. I mean, obviously she's blinded, so she's going by feel alone. I can just sort of feel that charge in the air when we cross over under the eye. And yeah, I think when we're getting ready to make that final blow, we'll just sort of pull energy from, the air and from around her and like touch past it. It's just to kind of charge. I assume Galatea, since you have the lightning, or you're doing the like final shot, but
yeah.
Charge up whoever's making that.
I think once Fig gets the sword and all of that happens and we're going towards the eye, Fig will catch up and come upside Galatea and pass you the sword.
And I think she'll drop her broadsword, pick that one up as we're like standing in this circle of just like bodies of Stormsworn that she's cleared, and she'll hold it high, aimed directly at the eye as Calliope is like, I imagine you're either like holding her at her waist or something, and like you can see the channel of magic like from where you're grounded drawing up and into her, and like the marriage and balance of that natural magic and this Stormsworn lightning is channeled directly into the eye and cleaves it clean in half. And dissipates. And for the first time in ages, we see clear blue sky.
I'll leave something for epilogue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who are you want to do the epilogue first?
No, I can wait.
Okay. So I survive So I guess you said it's a flash forward, right?
Yeah, you can flash forward either to right after the battle or far in the future, just however you want to close out your character's story.
I think for mine it'll be a bit of a flash forward to when things have rebuilt a bit. There's still Andar is in ruins, but we are cleaning it up a bit. There's been a lot of effort for the people that when the storm clouds drew away, they kind of seemed to be in a haze, like they've been asleep for that whole time and didn't really know what was going on. It was kind of like having the same dream over and over and over again. And you see the halls of the castle are open as it's treated more like a government building. And Galatea walks amongst the people, not in finery. She helps with the community and will check in with Fig from time to time as they're kind of rebuilding that community together. There's like a school that's been started with Calliope's help to have that education be open for all and not just exclusive. And I think that's kind of how she spends her time after that, is really making it different than what they had before, and owning up to that duty and that promise.
Yeah, I think somewhat similarly, Calliope's will flash forward a good bit. In those initial days, I think, yeah, she does a lot of work with Fig and with Galatea on the school, and that's probably her first big project. And then flash forwarding probably like between 10 and 20 years in the future, I think she is now head of the Magisters, and her main goal is recording and documenting everything that happened and how the battle went, and make sure it's recorded accurately and that the mistakes of the past aren't repeated, as far as forgetting and letting the knowledge fade, and that we as a civilization stay ready either for that same threat again or anything else that is similar. And yeah, I think she kind of works on making the knowledge of the magistrates like more accessible and available to more people than it maybe would have been before, and helps with opening like dormitories and housing, especially for like kids and people that don't have anywhere to go. And I think does that with Fig a lot, and definitely one of those establishments is named after Ollie.
I'll say that for Ollie, he wakes in rolling tall grass that stretches for miles. And as he sort of like looks around, he looks down, he's not wearing his armor anymore, he's just wearing like very like simple clothes. And when he kind of like looks down at his hands, they're not his hands, they're much younger. They're that of a boy. And as he kind of like looks around and tries to gather himself, from the distance you hear, "Olias Oathkeeper, come here, boy." And you watch as Olias turns around, and there off in the distance, you see his father, with the house behind, smoke coming from within. And he just makes his way in that direction. But before he steps inside of the house, he like looks back at the rest of the world before him, these like beautiful white skies with not a single cloud. And his dad says to him, "What is it, boy?"
And Elias goes, nothing. And he steps through.
I would for Ollie.
Oh, I was so close. You're like, he's in the rolling grass. I'm like, oh no, it's gonna get me.
He went over the rainbow road.
I knew that. I was like, damn it.
We flash forward a bit to cleaning the ruins of Andar. Fig is assisting Galatea, who's kind of like her right-hand woman. They get to a point where it's like cleaning up the ruins where the old underground tavern used to be. There's no sign. This whole time, Fig has kept an eye out for any of the other nightingales from the people who have come back from their trance. Hasn't seen a single one. So they're cleaning up the ruins, and Fig just turns to Galatea and is like, I think I'm going to start an orphanage.
You need an investor?
I mean, I'll need some advice. As long as I can teach them sword throwing.
I can see a world where that could be managed.
And we flash forward more to the Elias home for children, and it's where anyone who lost their family in the war from the storm is welcome with a warm meal and a place to call home and a family. Yeah. And that closes before the storm. That brings us to an end of our game tonight. That was such a beautiful game. Very emotional. Yeah. I know we went really late, so thanks for sticking in. I'll keep the closing short so we can get to bed. Yeah. Seriously amazing storytellers at the table tonight. I really want to thank you all for joining me. I know we had a first session 0 that was technical difficulties. We've been working on this for 2 months. I just really appreciate your time and trying this weird game with me and coming to this table. So before we go, I do want to give you one more chance to go around. Is there anything you want to plug? Where can we catch you next? We'll go in the same order, starting with Alejandra.
Hi, again, my name is Alejandra. I played Galatea, and I'm one of the hosts of Table Talk, where we talk about everything that goes on both on and off the table, everything basically except for playing, as well as talking to a lot of other TTRPG creators about their experiences. And it's just a cozy little hyperfixation chat with your little role-playing girlies. You can catch us everywhere, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads at tabletalkrpg. You can catch me at alejandra.wilhelm on Instagram, and I also do some art at reina.creates on Instagram as well.
Awesome. Thank you. And Mariah.
I'm Mariah. I play Calliope. I am the other half of Table Talk. You can check out the podcast on any major podcasting platform where you consume those lovely audio dramas. And you can find my personal social media stuff at mariah.gresham on everything.
Jose?
My name is Jose. I played Elias. Thank you very much for having me. This was very, very fun. Thank you to everyone. This was very, very fun. You can follow me on socials at DMJoseG, where I've DM'd some adventures for Cast Party, but there where you can also listen to the current campaign of Nocturne. So anyways, thank you very much, guys. Yeah, DM Jose G and all my socials and all that stuff. So thank you.
And I've been Jem. I played Fig tonight. You can catch me on this channel playing Whisper every Monday that I'm not hosting Goodberry Cafe on our show Forging Fates, or playing Mira every other Tuesday on our other show Spell Shots. You can find me anywhere at Jemboree. Other than Instagram, it's at Gemaginative. Yeah, and where can you catch me next? I don't know, but I just bought my Gen Con ticket, so I think everyone should go to Gen Con and hang out over there.
We're gonna do that too.
Same.
Yeah. I love that.
We should
We'll have to do a
Goodberry
little
meetup.
meetup.
Yeah.
Little stormy meetup.
Yeah. Well, thank you all again. Thank you, people watching in chat who stuck with us, and everyone out there listening. Thank you for joining us at Goodberry Cafe. I hope you've enjoyed your stay, and I hope you'll check us out when we return on this channel next week with Forging Fates. It's our actual live play D&D show that I'm on here on Monday, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. And I hope you'll join us again at the cafe next month, on the second Monday of the month. We will see what game we're playing and who we'll have at the table then. But until then, I encourage you to follow us at New Age Geeks and subscribe to our channel. But with that, I love you all, and I hope you have a very good night. Bye.
Thank you.